Howdy, everybody. My name is Tom 3000, Entertainment Android from the future here for your entertainment needs today. Doing more Voice of the Void. Nothing was really planned for tonight. Again, I think we were supposed to be Baldur's Gate 3 with the goblins and Deku. But that kind of fell through, so gotta improvise. So, what better way to improvise than just doing more alien hunting? I missed out on the Summer Game Fest because I was at work. But apparently a lot of good games were announced. Well, good in the sense that they're kind of hype. I'm very intrigued with the new Gundam game that got announced. I really want to look into that. Might look into that. Well, anyways, let's see. All right. Right. We got a job. Let's see. On the agenda for today. Get all this calibrated. Switch our photo. You know what? I'm feeling it because of last night. Already got today done? No, we did not. Alright. Well, that's straightened out. Yeah. Alright, let's order some more. And you know what? Side. I have no idea what the integrity is of my radio tower. There we go. I need to get more photos on my in the database so that way I can cycle through more of them. Oh yeah, that's right. I bought the shrimp thinking that I could use these as a sort of welcome gift. Well, I don't think the rerolls are here proper yet. locked in. As soon as I'm able to, I'm going to have to buy a whole bunch of fuses and get them all spread out around the radio towers. I just want to make sure that, you know, they're not going to break. Definitely going to pick up a bunch of this garbage that's lying around. It is neat that you can recycle fuses like that. I like that. That's a very much a very nice thing. Since that gives me essentially a good supply of metal for future projects. Nice. That'll have to do. Alright, you know what?
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Let's take it back to the day that this happened. You're 22, you're logging, you're in the woods. Tell me what happened.
Well, it's just, you know, when you're done working hard physical labor, everybody's kind of jacked up, and there was a whole lot of chatter in the car. We're just talking away, you know. It's starting to get dark. We just loaded up our equipment. We're headed out. And I looked up ahead, and I saw this kind of glow coming through the trees. First, I thought, no big deal, you know. We was deer hunting season. Thought maybe there was some hunters camped up on the hill up there. Maybe light shining through a tent. It was still something really strange, kind of caught my eye. And
Sure, I forgot to get
one by one, the other guys in the crew started looking, but nobody said, "Oh my God, what's that?" or anything like that. It was just kind of an idle curiosity at first. But when we burst into the clearing, where we could see the source of this glow, it was just, whoa, you know, I mean, it was just mind-blowing instantly. I inexplicably got out of the truck and ran toward this thing. But I thought it was just gonna take off, be gone in a flash. And
So when you say in the clearing, so are you driving on a dirt road?
yeah, it's a dirt road. Trees are real thick. This was a part of the contract we hadn't cut in yet, so the trees were a lot thicker there, except for this clearing.
We don't know, this is Travis Walton, the guy who allegedly got abducted.
We weren't the only ones.
It was it became, like, his experience became a movie called Fire in the Sky. Took a lot of liberties on his experience, though. Hi, fucker. Hey. I wonder if I could sell you. That would actually be kind of funny if I could. Hold on. There it. Is there any way that I could put you inside? No. It doesn't seem like I can. Lucky. Well, not really lucky. Because you're going to turn into Tinder. Not the dating app. That's fine. I don't want you to move. Burn, motherfucker. That's how you deal with anomalous mannequins, by the way. You just burn them. You just put them in the you just put them in the cremator and burn them and turn them into fuel for later. It's not inhumane. They're not human. Already heard this one before. Okie doke. You can hear him still struggle, but it's fine. I think it's over. Oh, keep it up. I should raise this up. There it is. That should work. Alright.
Oh, we found out later. Sheriff had on file people who were in the area that saw it, you know, hunters and fishermen over there at Black Canyon Lake. And the movement that they described was what the crew described when it left. Of course, I didn't see that, but...
What did they describe?
They described this glow rising up and streaking off, I believe they said, toward the northeast. There were some people that probably don't want to be public about it, but there was one guy who was just deer hunting, and he worked in military intelligence, and he stuck by what he and his wife saw. They were both together. And another guy that was at Black Canyon Lake. I won't mention any of those guys' names unless they chose to, but found out later that there was more official investigation that nobody talked about at the time.
Thanks.
Immediately, though, this was all nonsense, and these guys murdered him, and
I gotta get some coffee, or else the boogeyman's gonna touch me. Hi, Todd. Beautiful. Not exactly seamless, but we'll work on it. Looks like a brown dwarf. I'm gonna do something real quick here, because I noticed that my spectrogram seems a little jank. I think there's a way that I can reset that, actually. Let me see. Game rules, no. Extras. Oh, hopefully that works.
Oh, even my oldest brother, he didn't believe me. He thought they had killed me. What we were doing with the brush that we cut was piling it up. There were piles that were in the clearing so that the Forest Service could burn these piles, you know, when the conditions were right, where it wouldn't spread, you know. Wet conditions otherwise, but burning up this excess of material to reduce the fire danger in the woods. And my oldest brother was tearing those piles apart. He was certain that my body was under there. And there were some pretty testy confrontations between him and my brother. And I think even my other brother, Dwayne, he initially took that approach, but he quickly became sure that they were telling the truth.
Now, what do you remember when you're going through your mind and you're trying? I mean, this is a story you've told so many times. And this is a story that's been turned into a film, which it's got to be very surreal.
Yep.
But when you look into your memories and you try to go back to that day.
Well, I don't try. It's something I try to block out, but it's unforgettable. And there's
what do you remember seeing when you ran into the clearing?
Well, the whole clearing was lit up with this weird glow. It's really hard to
Weird glow.
for any artist or movie to.
So, just to recap real quick, he sees a thing in the woods with his buddies when they go out, and he runs to it, and then essentially, I don't think it's detailed in this clip, but how he describes it is that some sort of bolt of energy or light comes out of the UFO and hits him. And then he gets knocked out, and then all of his buddies, his co-workers and friends, shit breaks and basically run for the hills when this happened. And Travis Walton's memory of this occurrence is a little fuzzy, but he recalls that he's basically in what is essentially an operating room, and that's when the little gray men, you know, the classic Greys, are there. Wanted to turn on my light. The Greys are there, and he freaks out, knocks himself off the operating table, and grabs some sort of object to try and defend himself against these things, because he has no idea what's going on, and he's in tremendous amounts of pain at the same time. Around it, I think he said his abdominal or like chest area. And the little gray men get out of the room, and then some human-looking person, like a human man, comes in wearing, I think what he describes it as like a jumpsuit sort of thing, enters the room smiling, and guides him out of the operating room and into how he describes it, from what I could tell, a giant hangar, like a hangar for like ships and other stuff, like, you know, like a classic sci-fi hangar that you expect in a sci-fi spacecraft. And they take him to some other room, and they put a mask over his face, kind of like how, you know, you put anesthesia on someone to put them down before you do an operation on them or whatever. And then he wakes up in the woods. Hey, Vagrant. I'm just explaining the story of Travis Walton, because I don't think it's like explaining this clip that I have on the TV. I'm just kind of recounting what he recounts from memory, from his experience of getting abducted by aliens. And yeah, he wakes up in the woods and then goes to the nearest town, and then immediately calls people, like calling his family, letting them know where he's at. And as it turns out, he's been away for like weeks. essentially. Like, the aliens held him captive. Well, maybe not even captive, but, like, they probably healed him based on how he describes it. Bro, they got big titty mutons and XCOM files. You're gonna have to send me a link on that.
Try to duplicate the strange glow there was there. Made everything look really pretty eerie, you know, and
Did it have a color to it?
it was kind of a golden color, but with a kind of a softness to it that it wasn't like beams of light shooting out. It was just this haze of light.
And did it seem to come from a specific part of the craft, or?
Most of the surface seemed to be glowing. There were darker areas that didn't give off light, but it was the parts that weren't glowing. It wasn't so bright that you couldn't look at it, but it had a metallic look to it.
So what did the craft itself look like?
It was a classic disc-shaped craft. Years later, there was a report. I can never remember names, but this guy was saying that he worked at Area 51, and they had something in there. He worked with the Tester Model Corporation to create a model of what he was describing, and that's actually the closest of any of the other descriptions I've seen. But I don't think these things have just one type of craft. I think there's many different shapes.
What makes you think that?
Well, personal experience. I try not to emphasize these other incidents, but I've seen the glowing sphere.
Yep.
I've seen the giant black triangle. Other craft that were a ball of light that you couldn't penetrate the light with your eyes, but
Now, this is after this experience.
I think the reason my brother Dwayne was persuaded more quickly than my brother Don was that he saw a craft in those woods. Well, it's probably 10 miles from there while deer hunting.
It's worth mentioning too, by the way, that the area of which, because I'm trying to remember where Travis. You know what? Hold on, I can just look it up. Where was Travis Walton abducted? Travis Walton was abducted in the Apache Sitgreaves National Woods in Arizona. Okay. So apparently, in this particular area of Arizona, there are a lot of lightning strikes. Like a lot in regard, like in the grand scheme of like, you know, the United States. Out of all the parts of the United States, apparently, allegedly, in this area, there's like a lot of reported lightning strikes. And of course, you know, it being in Arizona, that's pretty close to Las Vegas, like, you know, Nevada, where Area 51's at. I remember reading about this, where apparently when lightning strikes something, it leaves behind some sort of weird crystal. I forgot the name of it. Oh, hey Rex, how's it going, bud? Talking about aliens. And I'm playing heckin' problematic Joe Rogan, but only just the times that he's interviewed people that got involved in alien stuff.
And it was kind of tic-tac shaped, and that's something that's been observed by, you know, in military reports recently.
Yeah. So you see this thing, this disc-shaped craft,
Yeah.
and then what happens?
It started to move and started to get louder.
Louder.
Yeah, it was, the guys in the truck heard it too. There was a low, thunderous kind of a rumble that you actually sort of felt more than heard. And then there were other high-pitched frequencies. I was talking to a group of
You play the one where he went to the
students
beach
from,
that make you.
technical college,
Yes.
and they were really interested in
You
what
go
the
tired
sound
because
was
I've
like.
been testing
Try to,
stuff, making sure mods work perfectly.
you know, compare that with
Oh, yeah. I can't wait for
theories
tomorrow.
that they had concerning what might be their propulsion. But the increase in volume, it suddenly got louder as it started to move. And, you know, at the same time, the guys in the truck were screaming, "Get away from there, you know, let's go, get back in the truck, let's go." And, which would have been the smart thing to do, but as soon as it moved, it startled me, and I just ducked for cover. There was a log there. I got down behind this log, and they were screaming, "Let's go, let's go, let's go."
And hello,
And,
pressure.
I didn't need to be told. I was just gonna, you know, stand up and run away. But see, when I jumped for cover, I went down and forward to reach where the log would hide me, and that brought me closer to it. So when I stood up, at that point, that was the closest I was to the object.
How close?
It was still like 8 or 10 feet away, you know, from the surface of it. But that was when the energy discharge happened. I've worked on a number of theories about what
Yeah,
might
gotta
have
get food
happened.
mods and regen
At the
another
time,
world with all the mods again.
some of the other guys in the truck were thinking, I mean, immediately Steve said, "It got him," like, you know, if you shot a deer, you got it, you know?
Right.
And so, it might not have been, as we assumed at first, that it was some kind of stun gun or something, but maybe just closing that gap allowed this energy to leak to ground through me. And
Like static electricity or something?
yeah, one thing that really weighs heavy in that direction is that when I found years later that they have satellites or something that record the number of lightning strikes, and that area has the highest frequency of lightning strikes of any place in the continental United States.
Yep.
Except for the Everglades. The Everglades has a little bit more, but that's over water.
Yep.
So that adds to another theory. What were they doing there? You know?
So that area that has a high level of lightning strikes, do you think it makes sense that they're observing that, or is that why they were there? Do you have any thoughts about that?
Well, up until a few years ago,
I
you
think
know,
it's
you
awesome.
walk down the rim road, and if you see a tree that's been hit by lightning, you can always see it. It's a strip of bark that's just blasted out of there, and it's all bare, and it can actually still survive the lightning strike, but it turns the sap to steam instantly, and it just explodes out the side of the tree, blows the bark off. But I was at a conference where this lady was. I said, "What's this?" And she says, "That's fulgurite." I said, "What's that?" And she says, "That's when lightning strikes the earth. You've got millions of volts, millions of degrees that form these crystals that aren't formed geologically." So I kind of leaned towards this theory that perhaps they were looking for fulgurite for a very unique kind of crystal that would be formed by that kind of blast of energy. I'd never heard of fulgurite before.
Can you pull up an image of that, Jamie? I'd like to see what that looks like. I know
Hello, Jamie.
tritonite is something that happens when they call it nuclear glass. It happens when there is either a nuclear explosion or when asteroid impacts hit the Earth. That's it right there.
Well, these crystals are supposed to have very special properties for people who are into crystal stuff.
Yeah.
That
What does that say there, Jamie? This is what happens. That's what can. That's wild.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah,
though?
it really is. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, now you know.
So it might be that they were looking for that. Well,
Could
who
be.
knows? Maybe it's something that they use for energy. What is that? That's really when lightning struck Santa created that thing? That's wild. That is wild. Look at that. It looks like a tree coming out of the sand.
I'm
That's
guessing
nuts.
that was wet sand.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, well, it's right next to the beach. It must be wet. That is crazy. That's really wild, man. Catch new episodes of the Joe Rogan Experience.
So yeah, and especially good. I mean, yeah, look, there's fucking salt in the beach and the salt water and all that stuff, and it's like there's quartz in the sand too. So, you know, those formations can definitely happen with lightning strikes. I've not personally seen it myself, but I'm willing to bet that yeah, that's pretty accurate. Especially given the fact that lightning is hotter than the surface of the sun, if I'm not mistaken. Which is pretty crazy. But yeah, so he gets struck by the energy from the UFO in a similar manner to, like, you know, static electricity hitting an object when it generates, you know, that kind of like energy or whatever the fuck. And they bring him inside. They try to regenerate him or whatever, probably try and heal him. He defends himself, but then they eventually take him to a different room, a different area, maybe in a bigger craft, we don't know. And they apparently heal him. And I'm willing to bet that based on the fact that, you know, that all that shit's messing with gravity, it's stuff like that, and light, there's probably like a lot of radiation involved too. So I'm willing to believe that he probably got like a fuck ton of rads from that experience, and they probably did something to him, like that probably helped get rid of all that radiation out of him. Or whatever the fuck came out of that UFO. We have no idea. The world will never know, I believe. What's that? Oh. Oh, so you want to go, huh? You want to go, buddy boy, huh? Is that it? Alright, you son of a bitch. Hold on. Alright. I got your number, mate. Where the fuck are you? Where are you at? I know you're on the radar. Where are you? I'm gonna whip your ass, you little son of a bitch. They're trying to find the Ninja Mutants Mutons on Google. The closest I found was Band Art of Snakes from XCOM 2. Maybe you could take a screenshot and somehow send it over. I would very much like to see big-titted Muton females for science. Yeah, that's fine. It's always I'm tired. Let's do damn bed, buddy boy. Google AI guesstimating people search and just get it wrong. Yeah. Yeah, I do hate that Google is like that sometimes. Alright, there we go. And then we go to sleep. Look at all that moolah. Oh yeah, I went to Culver's before I came back home from work, and I got a pub burger, which had jalapeno cheese in it. It was pretty good. Pretty good. Never have to use the search function in any Voro before. Google used to just give me the result. Now I have to use them to find something. I fucking hate that so goddamn much, dude. I really legit just hate Google's AI bullshit. And I also especially hate how, okay, whatever. I also just especially hate how, just in general, AI images suck. I never get this one, but maybe tonight will be different. Fuck. God, I can never get that jump. But anyways, yeah, it's really annoying, especially when I'm trying to find fan art. That reminds me, I need to find fan art of, there's a specific drawing of Megumin that, Drake with her racer skin kind of reminds me of. Where it's just like, the artist, for whatever reason, really gave Megumin a very detailed stomach. The same way that they gave Drake, her racer skin, a very detailed stomach. Alright, now we have 1,000. What? What the fuck was that? Hello? Nani the fuck? What the fuck was that nonsense? The fuck? Oh, are they just pulling a fast one on me? Yeah, I bet it's the fucking re-rolls again. Well, you got it fucked up because you broke one of your stupid-ass little light tubes. You idiot! Yeah, look at that. They're trying to make it seem like there's an alien invasion or some bullshit. Well, I'm taking these. I'm confiscating them. Well, at least I have 3 light tubes now. Which is pretty rad, which means I don't have to worry about my needing to use my flashlight. one, like, right here. This area is too spooky for me. That'll do. I typed A library, by the way. AI is really smart and replaced that with an "an." Wow. Right, reminding me of this video. Okay, what is this video? Let me take a look. Oh, yeah.
What do you want from me?
You want the numbers, Mason. That's all we've ever wanted.
Yeah, I understood that reference. I understood that pretty well. We just want the numbers, Mason. That's all we want. Give us a sauce. Alright, let's see what this one is. Well, that one's kind of spooky. Alright, actually, before I even do anything, I'm gonna have to restart this one. I'm gonna have to restart the spectrogram because this thing's fucked up. Where did my power drill go? Power drill? Where are you, power drill? Ah, there you are. Nope. Alright, well, let's upgrade the shit out of this. There we go. Oh yeah, that's fucking fast as shit, boy. That's fast as shit, son. Oh my god. Fuck yeah. Well, now we playing with science right here. Monkey Spockers, you ask for Viper GF from XCOM, but it's the OG Snake Man instead. Hey, I can work with this. Like modern numerology. Type out a random 6 digits and that's the reflection of your inner self. My good friend just happened to link to Chinese Twink Guru. Oh, God. No, you can't. May I remind you that I fucked a skeleton? You don't think I won't? I mean, technically it was my roommate, but you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying with my mouth words? Okay, well, I got the screenshot now, what? Put it on inguru.com, and then post a link. Share it with the class. Thane is different. I mean, yes and no. Yes and no.
Two.
God, I keep losing my train of thought with this thing.
So this one area, this
I'm
element
skip ahead.
115 was the fuel.
Yeah, it was the fuel. I'd say something close to half my height.
Wow. So these little 3-foot tallish creatures.
Yeah, and the seats were small too. I mean, obviously it was made, you know, for something small. But there was no, like, there's nothing else in there. There's just seats, the reactor, and some of the subcomponents. There's no control panels. There's no bathroom. There's no no decorative components or artwork or anything that you would recognize or trim. I mean, it's just a very bare bones thing.
You're not
And-
seeing any
Talking about what's
screens.
inside this spacecraft.
Well, there are archways around it that are part of the superstructure. And
thing from
one of the archways
is it
can
Andy?
become transparent. When I was in there, there was another group working on one of the archways, and you could call that a screen, more or less.
So through that archway, it would maintain the solidity, the solid, whatever metal it was.
Yeah.
But you could see
Yeah, it
through
just
it?
became transparent. Yeah. I saw that happen once or twice before I left.
Did you ask any questions about what the fuck?
No,
that
there's
was?
no asking
There's
questions.
no asking questions.
No.
But when you watch something become transparent, and you realize it's still there, but you can now see through it.
Yeah, I mean, now that's not that impressive. We do have some liquid crystal materials that are like that. You know, they
I've
have
seen that in
smart
bathrooms.
glass. Yeah, they call it smart glass. So this is just, and I don't know
This
if
is
the
a
craft
giant
is made
one.
of,
Yes.
you know, an advanced metal or a ceramic. It was cold to the touch, so you know, I would lean
And
more
again,
towards a metal.
You're not allowed to ask questions.
No, they work on the buddy system, so I can only exchange ideas and talk to Barry. Now this really interferes with science, because science is based on free discussion, and ideally you get
Pretty ridiculous. Oh boy, what is this? Let's see. Oh! Okay. Well, I don't think I'm going to be able to stream this on Twitch then, if that's what that is. Wow. Extra thick ninja woman with, yeah. That is like Eat Your Heart Out Taki from Soul Calibur. That is wowzers. Okay, let's see if I can. Okay, got this balance. God damn it. Modeling game doesn't reflect that. No, that's XCOM files. Okay, it's hard to tell sometimes. Hilariously, both mods are pretty horny, evidently. Yes. Yes. God damn it. Wait, what? What? Oh. We're doing this event. Already. Okay. Well, I better grab those glass things before they break. Okay. Hey, you fuck off. I'm trying to get some work done here, you know. Seriously, fuck off. Fucking aliens. not done cleaning this. Oh. I sometimes hate a reroll so goddamn much. Okay, Carfus. Please go fix the Transformers. Oh my god, look at this fucking place. God damn it. I sometimes hate that event. Jesus Christ, what is that? Oh god, I really hate that they do that. Is it downstairs? Oh man. This kind of blows. Fucking Rio's thing, it's epic and funny to, like, come over to my place that has no anti-gravity shenanigans and do anti-gravity shenanigans. It's fucking horseshit. Where is that coming from? Oh my god, I think it got, well, okay, I think it's coming from the cellar, but I don't have access to the cellar. Fucking phenomenal. You forgot to anchor them down and slap the top of it going, that's not going anywhere, true. But I really doubt you would have any trouble streaming it on stream. Well, yeah, I guess I'm just gonna be very careful to not show the stupid sexy Mouton. From Evil POV, they probably are like, you guys can't press one button to sort out everything in your house. Yeah, true and real. Oh my god, I think it's coming from the cellar. How? Oh god, that's gonna be really fucking annoying. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Voices of the void cellar. Right, there's nothing here that says on how I can actually get down in there. Okay, how do I... Sorry, I'm trying to look and see how I can get down there, because there's something glitching down there because of the stupid anti-gravity bullshit. Oh! Let me see. Cellar. You know what? I have an idea. I'm just gonna. Actually, no. I should probably wait until Kerfus gets back. Fucking son of a bitch. Ah. Come here. You go right here. Where's my TV? There we go. Put you right there. And then I guess we're just gonna have to watch TV until Kerfus comes back. Actually, I think Kerfus is already back now. Dang. Alright, awesome. That's resolved. So now we're gonna quit, and then we're gonna load back in, and hopefully that horrible glitching sound, that horrible collision sound from fucking Half-Life is gonzo. Ugh. It's still present. Oh my god. Alright, well, I'm gonna have to fucking glitch in there, and I've already read on how you can do that. Motherfucker. Okay. Here we go. Here. Right. What am I doing? Where are my batteries? There we go. Yo. Hey. Good job. Okay. So from what I've read, apparently to get down in there, hold on, get rid of all this. We need to. Nope. We need to do something like this. Nope. Are you fucking kidding me? Gay babies you'll activate for crimes of space-time continuum abuse? Oh, fuck you. What the fuck is this bullshit? Isn't it airy? Yeah, it's an airy on a toilet. Oh, and I can't even fucking pause the game. Great! 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 Well, we're in gay baby jail. I can't fucking exit. Let me know. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? Where am I, anyways? I've never seen this before, by the way. Ah! Now leave. How? Motherfucker, how do I leave? Pained IO. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna. How do I. Voice of the Void, gay baby jail. Debug TP? How do I use debug DP then? Hold on. God damn it. Voice of the Void, debug TP. Awesome.
No.
Please go fix the Transformers again. I swear to God. You know what? I'm just gonna load. I'm just gonna load. I'm just gonna load. I need to figure out a way to get down in there. Big news. Oh, wait, what is this? Brand new epic IP unveil right now. Fortnite! Fuck you. Man, there's gotta be a way to get down in there. There's gotta be. Hold on. Maybe there's a way I can do that. Actually, you know what? No, I have an idea. I have a big brain play. How about that Code Veronica remake and Alien Isolation 2? Yeah, those are really exciting. I'm not surprised with Code Veronica remake. That was always like... I have an idea. I wonder if this will work. Where is it? We'll do this. Do this too, just in case. That did nothing. Okay. We're just gonna have to put up with it, I guess.
A bunch of guys together, exchange ideas, work on problems, and that's how things move forward. But they're so over the top concerned about security, they split everything off and everybody becomes stagnant. It just destroys any of the progress you can make, or at least makes it go so slow. I think they wind up shooting themselves in the foot.
Which is probably why they arrived at this bottleneck that they need to get this madman with a jet-powered Honda come in and see what he could do.
I think that was an act of desperation. I think they wanted someone that thinks out of the box and let's just give this guy a try here, because
Right.
they weren't, and they might have done this 4 more times since, up to the point in time today, assuming they're still working on this thing.
And when you see this craft and you're inside, was there any indication that there was an area that they would use to control it, to pilot? Was there a pilot seat?
There were 3 seats. They sat around, the reactor was in the dead center of it, and then equidistant around there were 3 seats.
So
And that's all. There was a large, they're not consoles, they're large rectangular objects, also spaced equidistant around the center. There's nothing on them, there's no buttons, there's no lights, there's
and
no
they look the
controls.
same color, the same
Everything
thing.
is the same
It's
color.
just a different shape.
Right. And directly underneath them, there's 3 levels in the craft. The main level is what we're talking about. Directly under that, those are the gravity amplifiers, the big rectangular objects. Underneath them are the gravity emitters that look like, for lack of a better word, a trash can hanging on a pipe. 3 of those. And then the top layer, this is just my personal belief, I think that has to do with a navigation or their version of a computer with some planar panels, sensor panels around the craft that we would call portholes, but they're not portholes, they're just black areas. And I think that just determines its, position in space. But I physically was in the center section, and I stuck my torso in the bottom section and hung upside down so I could see how the gravity amplifiers were positioned.
What is roughly the size of this thing?
It's
I don't remember from being there, but
you need to go lie down. Y'all have a good
after
night.
all this
Take
stuff
care.
was over, I
Yeah.
had,
Have a good night, Rex.
John Andrews, a guy from the Testers Model Corporation, and we sat down and tried to figure out from what I saw and known sizes of things, and we came up with 52 feet in diameter. And
So
I
it's
think
fairly-
that's
fairly small.
Yeah, so I think that's a reasonable guess.
Now, you said there's 9 of them, and you got a brief glimpse at the other ones. How are they different?
Oh, they looked completely different. One looked like I called it Jello mold, and it looked like a classic Jello mold with the rippled sides to it. One was a very flat disc, like like a straw hat or something like that. That was sitting up on its edge, and the thin part of it it looked like a projectile had been fired through the edge of it. So I don't know if they were attempting to see if the metal could be penetrated, or if that's where the thing came from. Maybe it was shot down. But that was the only one where I saw there was, actual physical damage to it.
And that one was roughly the same size?
They were kind of too far away to tell.
And there were several teams that were working on the propulsion system, so there was different teams that were working on these different aircrafts?
I don't know. I could only assume.
Right. Now, when you're sitting in this thing, and you're looking at this otherworldly craft, your goal is to try to figure out how this thing functions. Your goal is to try to figure out how this reactor, it would imagine they would give you more time than just one day to check that out.
Oh, it wasn't one day.
Right.
Yeah, Barry was there. I think Barry was sleeping there. I'm sure they had, that isn't weird. Up at the Tonopah Test Range where they work on stealth fighters, you go, I think, 3 weeks on, 1 week off, and you stay up there too. So it's not weird to stay up at the test site.
Right.
So, I think he pretty much, and he acted like he's been up there for a long time.
Yeah.
But
he's still there.
Yeah. Who knows?
Do you have contact with this guy?
No. Oh, I wish I did. I kind of thought he was going to come out after I did,
right.
And I think I took so much flack and so much shit for what went on. I think I wound up helping security there, and everybody became afraid of, doing or saying anything after that.
So what kind of reports did you have to give? So you're not making much progress, right? You're just trying to figure out what this thing is, and it seems impossible.
Well, we didn't personally make them. We were always, there was never a lot of information that we gained. The guy, you would call him our supervisor, his name was Dennis Mariani, and kind of a military-looking guy, and he would routinely pop in, during the day, and, hey, what's going on, guys? And he would essentially relay any information, anything new we came up with. He was our go-between, where we presented him the information, and then he took it to wherever they were, assembling all the data from everybody.
Now, I assume you're working normal days, like an 8-hour day?
No, it was really weird that I would be only called in on certain times and certain days, and they would be weird hours, too. Most of the time was later in the evening. I can get a call at 11 o'clock at night, and they'll say, it's now 11 o'clock. By 11:45, you need to be at the McCarran terminal, and, we'll let you know when we have more information.
But what did you do while you were there? If you're looking at this object, this reactor, and you can't figure out what it is or how it works, other than the fact that it works on this element that we don't even know about.
Well, sure. The thing was what you do with anything. If you're trying to analyze it, all you can do is perform tests. And all we did is try and come up with every kind of test we possibly could. We tested,
Solar 2 and Tenbris, Sony.
It violated a lot of what we thought was impossible to violate.
We're seeing the demo for Sony.
The first laws of thermodynamics. Essentially, any machine, any device that operates always makes extra heat.
Yeah.
Nothing works at 100% efficient. Even the headphones you're wearing, anything that takes power, some of that power is going to be converted to heat, and it's just wasted. This didn't. We looked at, back then we had infrared cameras. They're different today, but back then you had to pour liquid nitrogen into the camera to cool the sensor down and get these infrared images you've seen. But it never got, no matter what the load was on the reactor, it never got above ambient temperature, which is impossible. You're, pulling out huge amounts of power, and nothing ever gets warm. We tried measuring magnetic fields, and there was nothing there, so we started playing around with the emission from the emitters, the gravity wave itself, and saw what we could do with it and how it was focused. So we really spent all our time just trying to see what the stuff can do and what we can control.
So you were seeing what it could do, but you couldn't ever figure out how it was doing it.
No, not really. I mean, we really could only use or come up with a best guess. Now, I can't say that I could absolutely state for certainty how anything actually worked.
Now, did you know at all how they were piloting it? Because they were doing some tests where they were having these things fly around in the sky. And this is what gets us deeper into your story.
Right. I was out there for one test. Right. In fact, I was with Barry in the lab, and Dennis came in and said, "We're about to run a test. Why don't you guys come out?" Or I think he said, "Barry, why don't you come out here and bring Bob with you?" We went out there, and the craft was already outside the hangar and was just preparing to lift off. Now, they were in communication with somebody in the craft.
So there was a person in the craft?
Yeah, there was certainly a person in there. Now, it's not a comfortable place to be in because it's small, so the guy has to be sitting on the floor in the middle, my best guess.
And this is the same specific craft that you worked on, because that was the only craft that you were in.
The only one that I touched and worked on. And it quietly lifted off the ground, which was incredibly impressive to see.
Quietly or silently?
Well, quietly, because it
produced
sort of a noise? It produced a little corona discharge from the bottom. A corona discharge is kind of a high voltage brush, little bluish glow discharge. As it was lifting off the ground, you can hear a slight hiss sound. Now, as soon as it cleared the ground by about 5 or 10 feet, maybe even less than that, the hissing stopped and the blue glow disappeared. So it lifted off quietly, and then it hovered silently, if you want to be specific.
Wow. So then what kind of maneuvers was it doing?
It took, for that particular time, it took off, moved a little around to the left and right, and then sat back down. The craft itself, they communicated with it with because I saw the guy talking in a regular VHF radio to the person in the craft. And I even saw the frequency that was on the frequency counter of the communication, the transceiver there. But what's weird is he shouldn't be able to communicate with the craft with a radio. The radio wave should bend around the craft. I mean, it shouldn't be possible. Every single thing about the craft and the way they operated didn't make any sense to us. I mean, it's something we talked about for a while after.
Why should the frequency bend around the craft?
Well, you really have to look at the way the gravity wave comes out of the craft. There's the reactor's in the center, and there's a waveguide that goes up to the top. There's actually a small appendage that sticks out of the top of the craft, and it produces a heart-shaped gravitational distortion around the craft. Now, if the craft is sitting in the air and you walk underneath it and look up, you actually cannot see the craft. The light bends around it. You're bending, gravity bends light. It bends radio waves. It shouldn't be possible to communicate with a craft that has an envelope around it that's distorting all forms of energy. But they were apparently in contact with it.
Somehow or another, through some unexplained way that they didn't bother explaining to you. Mm-hmm. So this thing gets up, it just does some very simple maneuvers, left, right, goes down. And did they discuss this with you? I mean, they said they wanted you to see it.
No, they just wanted, they didn't discuss anything with me. It sat down, we looked around for a bit, and Barry said, let's go back. We went back in the lab. All we got to do was see it. Fast forward to some months later, I did have the test flight schedule of the craft. Now, they had times they had designated high-performance tests. This obviously wasn't one that was a high-performance test. The high-performance test goes above the mountain range, and they do much more radical moves with.
Yeah, I think I heard about that. Hey, buddy. I think I heard about that, Vagrant. I can remember words. That's gonna be so fucking distracting. Ah, my cans! I can remember. Where did my lids go? I don't actually lids earlier. Come. You go. Get reports. Shit. One of them is about to go down.
Thing. Look, this is a prized item, and they're not doing anything like taking it out of the atmosphere or flying around to other countries or anything like that. They just play with this thing right over the test site. But they were doing some radical moves with it, and since I had the test flight schedule, statistically, the amount of traffic in the surrounding areas on the highway was lowest on Wednesdays, and that's why Dennis told us that all the test flights occurred only on Wednesdays, because it'd be the least chance that anyone would see what's going on.
And this was before the government had expanded the forbidden territory around Area 51 and Papoose Lake and all that stuff, right?
Yeah, I think that occurred after my story came out. Then people started going up on the mountaintops and trying to look down into there, and they kind of freaked out and then did the land grab and pushed everybody back. But yeah, I think all that occurred long after, that I came out.
So you're working there, and while you're working there, you're under this crazy schedule. Forgive me for explaining your story, but you would get these phone calls. You would have to go to the airport at 11 p.m., and your wife started thinking that you were having an affair.
Yeah, apparently so. Now, I did give my permission to have, as part of the security clearance process, I gave written permission to have the phones monitored and things of that sort, so they weren't doing any covert stuff. They, with any Q clearance, or which is civilian top secret clearance or military top secret clearance, they go talk to friends and, places you've been, make sure you're not connected to foreign countries, but, monitoring your phone is nothing unusual. However, they insisted that, you don't even talk to your loved one, to your partner, to your wife, whatever, about what's going on. So she was essentially in the dark and didn't know the phone was being monitored. Well, part of the security clearance is that not only do you not have any connections to foreign countries and aren't a maniac, but you have to have a stable home life too. Well, she started having an affair with a flight instructor. Now, they were monitoring this on the phone, and they knew it and I didn't. So they stopped me coming in, and their attitude at the time was, we need to see how this is going to play out. and if Lazar's going to get a little weird or anything. So let's just hold him off from coming in and see what happens.
And they explained this to you, what was happening?
Well, after the fact, yeah, because time kind of went on, and there were guys that were following me around, and I started getting a little concerned, going, well, shit, are they booting me out of the project? And if so, they're not just going to let me hang out at home and go get a new job knowing what I know. So as time went on, I started getting a little concerned, and I took my closest friends and just kind of got together, and I said, hey, remember that job I told you about? This is what's going on. And you don't need to take my word for it. Wednesday night, we need to all go out here. I want to show you what's going on. So I took everybody, and we went out to, remember, since I had the test flight schedule, and went outside the base, out into the desert, and so everybody could see, one of the high-performance tests. And, it left quite an imprint on everybody, so they knew I wasn't.
And there's videos of these tests, right?
Yeah, but remember, this is it's in the dark in the 80s with a big monster-sized camcorder, and you got, a bright light jumping around. But, yeah, I mean, we did video of it, but there's no, by today's standards, it's...
But is your video specifically available, the video that you took?
Yeah, well, George Knapp has it.
Is it online?
Do you know? I have no idea.
Jeremy?
Yeah, I showed clips of it in my film. It's online, and someone did a deep analysis of it. It was interesting to just take a look at how...
Pull this microphone up to your face. Keep about a fist from your face.
All right. To see how his video looks now, but as far as video evidence, I mean, we are talking 80s camcorders. The most important thing is the human story here. Everybody that he took up there on 3 separate occasions, they don't all like each other. They don't all talk. They all agree on one thing. They saw something that night at the exact point in time and space that Bob Lazar said. And remember, this is 15, 17 miles south of Area 51. Yep. No one even knew really about Area 51. We're talking Papoose Lake, and they all agree. They saw something that night they had never seen before, and they've never seen since. Right when he said it. So that's one of the 6 things where I'm like, how did he know? You can dismiss him. I tried to dismiss it. But some things we can't get around, and there's about 5 or 6 of them. How did he know about those?
If Jamie wants to find that video right now, what would he look under?
Bob Lazar, UFO, S4, Area 51, just kind of like that. So it's like the S4 UFO video, Bob Lazar, and a guy does an analysis, but you're analyzing these 80s videos.
Right.
He, from the very beginning, Bob never said, I have proof of my story and I'm going to tell the world. He said at the very beginning, I cannot prove my story. That's not why I'm telling this. George Knapp convinced him to tell people, and he lived through it, and I didn't believe it either until I talked with George.
Okay, so you filmed this test flight, one test flight, and then you get caught.
Actually, it was, I think, the 3rd time, because we went out there the first time. Everybody saw it. Everybody was amazed because it did some radical maneuvers, and everybody had a lot to say about it.
The maneuvers that I've seen, I've seen the video.
It
doesn't. I don't think there's something we have now that does that.
No.
In terms of like a human-piloted craft. I mean, I don't know, obviously, with the government.
No, it's impossible. Nothing can move like that. And remember, we didn't start filming from the very beginning. We were waiting for something, to happen. The craft took off, and it came flying at us, stopped, turned at a right angle, flew back, and then, after it did some, amazing stuff to get the camera, and then we started filming. So it doesn't have all of it on there. It just had.
That sounds like aliens talking. Alright, let's see if we can find another one here. Well, there's no way in hell I'm gonna get that one. That is way too out of bounds. We got this. Hopefully I can get in time before it disappears.
Some.
The way I describe it to my friends, and they said, what does this look like? I said, take a laser pointer and then have a wall and then move it around the wall. Like, you know how it moves around the wall? It doesn't seem like it has anything to do with inertia or physics, or it's not impeded in any way by the atmosphere.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
You're essentially separated from reality. As crazy as that sounds, with being in case its own gravitational envelope. Inertia is not going to affect it. And, this is how some of those recent sightings of Commander David Fravor, I'm sure you've heard of Tic-Tac. I mean, he describes exactly, the thing operates exactly the way I was describing. That's why he was interested to talk to me. But we saw this, and on the way home, it's like, hey, we got away with it. We should try it again the next test flight day. So this became a thing to do. And I think it was on the third time that we got caught. I mean, we started becoming a little careless. I think we took a motorhome out there. And, I mean, it was like the stupidest thing you could possibly imagine.
Started tailgating.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. And
again, you're in your 20s.
Yeah, and what was funny was we went out there, and my friend Gene Huff and I were leaning on the front of a vehicle, and just for some reason we just started talking shit. Like, well, I hope they realize that, I don't remember what we were saying, but, that...
All right. God, that is so obnoxious.
Something about attacking the base or something along those lines, and stealing the craft or something like that.
Something crazy.
And then about 20 feet in front of us, we see a little green light fall on the ground and roll to us. And unbeknownst to us, now it's pitch black, you can't see your hand in front of your face. There were a bunch of guards standing right out there, and they had a night vision scope where they were like from here to the wall looking at us, listening to us, and the guy dropped it, and the scope rolled over to us, and you could see the green screen. We turned the lights on, and all these guys are there. So it was, yeah. So we did incredibly stupid stuff and got caught, as we should have.
So when they catch you and they bring you in, then what happens?
Well, I went in for debriefing. The following day, I went to Indian Springs Air Force Base, which is kind of a defunct base.
You?
They used to use at the nuclear test site. And this is when they brought out the transcript of the phone call with my wife. And, you know, they sat me down and we said, you know, when we meant to keep the secret, we meant you can't tell your friends, right? You know, and it just being sarcastic and trying to. And then they got real serious. But this is where they, you know, took the transcript out and were reading me what my wife and, you know, our friend were talking about. And that was a hard time.
So what happens from there? What do they do with you? Why don't they arrest you?
I don't know. I don't know why. I'm not sure exactly they knew what to do, but they did let me go that night, and I went home. And this is kind of when the most stressful part started.
Because you're realizing you're being monitored.
Yeah. Now I know. Not only am I being monitored, but now I know I'm in trouble. And it wasn't a short time after that I contacted. You know, at that time, the only investigative reporter I had heard of in Las Vegas was George Knapp. And, you know, told him some of the story because I had no idea what the hell was going to happen at that point.
So George Knapp tries to dissect your story, tries to find holes in it, tells it, puts it online, makes it whatever, that's not fine.
Yeah.
What happens What happens from there on? Do they contact you and say, hey, Bob, probably a good idea to shut up? They try to label you as crazy? Was there...
There were a lot of things that happened, you know, between that point. I'm leaving out a lot of stuff to fill in the story. We'd have to go back to Los Alamos and well, I really don't want to talk about that. The
top secret weapons stuff that you were working on.
No, I'm talking about the 115.
Element 115.
Well, I don't know. I have to think about how I.
What is the problem with this?
I don't want to get myself into more trouble by admitting something. So I just have to dance around a couple.
He was rated just during the filming of the movie. People thought it was
the movie's great, by the way.
Thanks, Joel.
And it's on Netflix right now. If anyone wants to check it out. And if you're one of those people like me, who you know, I've always loved the idea of UFOs. I became extremely weary talking to people who are UFO believers and UFO fanatics because there's so many of them that are full of shit. And not just full of shit, they're childishly delirious. Like the way they talk about things. I mean, there's so many people that I'm in contact. They reach me in the night and they explain to me what we're doing to the ocean is wrong. And like, you're like, okay.
This is one of the reasons I didn't want to do the show.
I'm sure.
Well, no, it's no. Yeah, well, it's no joke. We've had people literally camp out on our front lawn, and you know, in some ways I can relate to some of these people. You know, maybe some of them did really have some kind of experience or saw something, and all their friends think they're crazy. But hey, now there's this guy I heard on the radio, and at least he knows I'm not full of shit, so I gotta talk to him.
Right.
And so most of the correspondence I get are people trying to get a hold of me, going, Bob, you gotta listen to me. I'm coming to talk to you. I'm driving from Oklahoma or whatever, and but some of them are just fucking bad shit crazy, and they're frightening.
There's a lot of schizophrenics that are involved in the conspiracy world.
Unfortunately.
There's a lot of people that have real issues.
Joe, it would be a disservice to your audience to not say that we have to look at what's going on now and understand. I've heard on your show a bunch of stuff about what's going on now, and to not really understand what's going on now, you can't see Bob's story in the correct light after 30 years. And at some point we should just touch upon that.
Yeah, I watched the movie that guy directed in regards to Bob Lazar's story with Area S4 and all that crazy shit involving like the spacecraft and all that. It's really good and I highly recommend it. I forgot the exact name of it. Were it not for the fact that it's on Netflix, I would absolutely play it on stream. Because I'm pretty sure it's copyrighted. Fast. Oh well. like some coffee. Fire no more. Which my paintings get moved? Okay. What the fuck is this? Pumpkin? Huh? Why do I have a pumpkin in my... You'll leave shit behind? God damn it. Okay, well that's random. Right. Let's go ahead and add some more fuses. Oh my god, I really hate that anti-gravity shit. Oh no, I think that's just the generator. I'm pretty sure that's just the generator. Is it? Ah! My friends are here. Well, I guess I can finally add my peace, give him my peace offering now. Yeah, you know what? Let's go say hi to the new neighbors. Neighbors want shrimp. Give them shrimp. Shrimp. Freaky. All right. I know what our rerolls want.
The biggest being that things like the Tic Tac UFO case that came out, I've heard people, even on the show, say, oh, there's a glitch in the radar. That's a data poor perspective. You just don't know yet what's really going on. Commander Fravor, I was able to get the interview with him, to talk with him way before it became public. I got that from him. He saw it. Other pilots saw it. This is a big thing that's going on right now. They had more sightings on the East Coast recently, cubes with spherical ores. These are not aerodynamic, and these are the people we trust to defend us on 9/11. Commander Fravor protected Los Angeles on 9/11. So we trust them, but they're not trained observers. Radar, individuals see these things, and the big one, just to throw down so we can consider a story a little differently, there's more depth to it. The big one is the United States government has admitted that they have been continuously studying the UFO phenomenon. That program was called ATIP,
He's very correct on this. The United States is not ignorant about UFOs, about UFOs. I like the ships kind of like fade out after a while. This wasn't here before. Of course, if you've already been watching my streams, you would know this. Sleep. There we go. My peace offering to the cat girls. Alien cat girls are in your area, Vagrant. Oh god. Oh. That's death. And I died! Great. Aw, that's really far back. That's kind of far back. But I could also come... I could also load a save prior to them fucking up my base. You know what? I think I'm gonna do that. That does set me back quite a bit, but you know what? I think I'd take it. Ah. It's already here. Actually, wait, hold on. Let me see if that anti-gravity thing is an event. Hmm. Okay, it's always gonna happen no matter what. Great. Okay, I can't overcome it. It's just something that we're gonna have to deal with. God damn it. Ugh. I hate that. I actually really kind of hate that. Alright, let's continue making more progress then, I guess. We'll just deal with the consequences of the rerolls messing up my shit. Ugh, I have to fucking clean all this shit. Okay, that's all there. Hey, buddy. I'll wake you up when I need you again. You know what? I think I know why. Game rules. Yeah. Fucking autosave. Alright. Oh, hey. Yeah.
Called OSAP. That's the mother program. George Knapp got that out. They announced through the New York Times about ATIP. But AWSAP, these acronyms, AWSAP, Advanced Aerospace Weapon Systems Applications Program, who cares? That was the mother program. So they've admitted we didn't stop studying UFOs in 1969 with Project Blue Book. We don't think it's crazy. We actually want to reverse engineer the technology. That's why on your other show, you said, what's this AAV thing? It's like they're making up another UFO. It's in the documents, the DIA documents that George Knapp released, that everybody said was fake, and now they know is real. They call them AAV, which is Advanced Aerospace Vehicles. People are getting the acronyms wrong. So the reason for the terminology change is so that we can mimic what we're reading in the DIA documents. People look for that now. So they changed the names to get people away from UFO or UAP, even like Hillary Clinton said.
Yay!
Informed the public on Jimmy Kimmel, oh Jimmy, we don't call them UFOs anymore. We call them UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomenon. Right, so she kind of was giving, the Clintons are very into the UFO topic. Senator Reid, you know, he's done a lot for the subject, the study of it, right? So she informed the public so they could look for the right term. So these terms are important because the DIA, in those documents, they've been calling them AAVs for quite some time now.
And they changed the name to anomalous.
No, that's kind of a
Advanced?
misnomer.
No?
So they always mess around with things, but it's actually advanced.
Right, but when they're
Aerospace.
describing it in the news, they were calling it anomalous aerospace vehicles.
Totally, and that's cool. They were also saying anomalous aerospace threats, AAT, right? Because they want the sense of a threat.
Right.
So my point is, all of it, if people don't know this now and they think this stuff is fantasy, this part of it, that we're studying it, that we take it seriously, we're spending money on it, and that we're getting great data from visual pilots to radar. That's why we know it's aerospace. They dropped from 80,000 feet. But guess what? That's the top scope of the Spy 1 radar is 80,000 feet. So the radar system they were using, it was coming from above that. So my point is this. If you don't understand that this is happening, you're just behind the curve because you don't have the information because of the stigma that you're talking about. I saw you get totally upset with the UFO topic. I met you first when you were totally upset with the UFO topic. It's the people.
When?
When you're doing your, I'm sorry, man. When you're doing your show, you know, the Joe Rogan Questions Everything, I could see how frustrating it is. Trust me, I have been frustrated to hell. Luckily, my mentor is George Knapp, and he's taught me the pitfalls as I went through it. My whole point in this rant right here is just that we have to now look at Bob's story, but knowing the facts, not someone saying it's a bird, it's a plane, it's a glitch. They're not. And so if you don't know that, you just don't have the information yet.
Well, not just that, knowing the facts as we know them in 2019, not in 1988.
Absolutely. Right. And so what has he said that has come true? He's totally unimpressed with it, right? What has he said that's come true? So I was like, Bob, they've announced gravity as a wave. You were right, man. You're vindicated. And he looks at me and he's like, well, if you think about it, Jeremy, I had like a 50-50 chance. He was not very impressed, right?
When did they announce gravity as a wave?
So they detected, in a sense, they detected gravity waves. And that
Who is they?
You might know more. There's two black holes that were colliding, and that's how they were able to detect.
Yeah, somebody built, I don't know which group it was or what part of the government.
That's what Google's for.
Yeah. But they, you know, built a gigantic gravity wave detector and pretty much detected.
That there are such things as gravity waves.
First observation of gravitational waves. It says it was in 2016. Okay, the first observation of gravitational waves was made on 14th of September 2015, as announced by the LIGO and Virgo collaborators on the 11th of February 2016. Previously, gravitational waves had only been inferred indirectly via their effect on the timing of pulsars in binary star systems. Dun, dun, dun. The waveform connected by both LIGO observatories matched the predictions of general relativity for a gravitational wave emanating from the inward from the inward spiral and merger of a pair of black holes around 36 and 29 solar masses and the subsequent ring down of the single resulting black hole. Whoa.
Well,
he was
in the 80s, the predominant theory was gravity is produced by gravitons.
Okay.
You know, theoretical particles. But they're not. They're waves. They're not particles. And that's
So the thought is that the way we experience gravity, it's based on mass, which is why the moon, which is roughly 1/4 the size of the Earth, has 1/6 of the Earth's gravity. So there's some sort of a computation you can make based on mass.
right. And remember, we can observe the effects of gravity, but we have no idea what it is. All we can do is observe it, and we can't make it. The only way you can make gravity is just put more mass together, and
So-
it's just a product of gravity. But
It
if you
wasn't
can
until-
if you have a machine that makes gravity, you can pretty much do anything. You can affect time, you can have force fields, all of that stuff that's in science fiction becomes reality if you have a machine that can make gravity. And what we worked on in the desert was a machine that makes gravity.
I love your analogy of dropping off a small nuclear reactor to the Victorian era. I love that analogy, because back then that was impossible. That was magic. What you're talking about here, the fact that they just discovered this 4 years ago, that this is a wave, and we're, as much as we know and as impressed as we are, as we should be, with how much more technologically advanced we are than every other creature on this planet, we're still in many ways in the adolescence of technological innovation.
Absolutely. Absolutely. If even adolescence.
And when you're talking about this binary star system, Zeta Reticuli, and who knows how much longer these things have been around than us, who knows what their evolutionary cycle's been, who knows what, I mean, we might be talking about something that's a million years more advanced than us.
Yeah, it could easily be. Now, I'm not in, believe it or not, I'm not into UFOs. I don't follow stories or,
Even
listen.
after your experiences?
No, I'm fascinated with the technology, and it really irks me like every night I go to sleep that, that it was my own doing, essentially, that prevented me from continuing on in the project. I mean, it's that to be on that cutting edge of technology is so alluring to me.
Right.
But,
Yeah.
by the same token, I don't really care that there's aliens or where they come from. I mean, the prize is the technology, and that's what I'm fascinated by. But so I don't listen to UFO stories and that sort of thing. But George Knapp is, he's the guy that has the contacts and tries to thread everything together. And what he recently told me is he found, I don't know, it was either documentation or people that he spoke to. It said the existence of this project, the project that I was on, it's something that they seem to take out every 8 or 10 years.
So that's a very specific memo, and this is actually, this is the first time I'll be very clear with people about it. It's a big topic of conversation right now. It's called the Wilson Memo. You can look it up. Admiral Wilson met with a scientist who's actually was featured in one of my films. Everybody has been debating whether or not this document of a conversation with a sitting admiral at the time is a real document. It's an actual conversation that happened, and this document is real. Everybody wants to know the world is going crazy right now in the UFO world. I'll tell you straight up right now, I'm in the position to know, and it is a real document, that it is real. So the conversation you read in that conversation was had. I can't attest to every...
You're not being very clear.
Sure.
Please.
No problem. So there was a document that is circulating right now that is really big. It's going around everywhere. People are asking and
What is
wondering.
this document?
It's called the Wilson Memo, is how you can find it online. Or the Wilson Leak.
There it is. Jimmy's got it. The Wilson Memorandum. Use of human volunteers.
No.
that was it, yeah.
No, that's
No?
not it.
Okay.
Yeah. So Admiral Wilson meets with this scientist, and they have this discussion, oddly enough, at special projects at EG&G. And if I remember, the document is from 2001. I'm telling everybody right now, it's real. And we'll see. My history is pretty good with saying if something's real or not, right? So here we go. The document comes out. They meet at EG&G special projects. In 1989, they stumble into a problem. This happens. They put the technology away, and then they bring it back out and see if material science has caught up and if they can make any progress. So this document kind of talks about this process. The big thing I get from it, and a lot of it's vindicating to Bob, and one of the things that's vindicating, besides the EG&G thing, is that private industry, so this guy's an admiral, and he says, I found out about your SAP, your Special Access Program. I need to know about it and he's going to a private part of industry, and he is denied access. And he says, I should be running this program. And they were able to deny him access. So I think the takeaway here is, check it out. I'm telling you that is an actual correct, that is a leak. Now, everything said in that document, I don't know.
What are you talking about? What is said in that document specifically?
It's between a scientist and an admiral that are sitting and they're having a meeting, and they're talking about the search for the UFO subject, the search to get special access program access to all of these different things like reverse engineering programs. So in this document they talk about it. I believe that this document, the person that went was employed by Robert Bigelow, one of the guys that has a couple orbiting satellites and all that stuff.
He's the guy who owns Skinwalker Ranch.
No, he's not. No? He was the guy that owned Skinwalker.
Okay.
Yeah, he used to own it. There's a new owner, and I interviewed him for my other film, but there's a new owner, and you'll be hearing a lot more about that soon. But there's stuff that you'll be hearing about Skinwalker Ranch soon because there's a new owner. Anyway, the whole point of this, insertion here is just that document kind of validates a lot of this idea Bob just said, that they make a little progress, then they can't go anywhere. They tuck it away, and then they bring it back out, 10 years later and start working on it. What is the limiting factor? I think Bob should speak on this, but it's the material science.
Yeah, it's really where physics is. So I can see them doing that. I mean, I didn't have any information on that, but I think what George uncovered is probably accurate. That we try and do what we can, and once we reach a roadblock going, we really can't figure it out. It's just friggin' wait, put the thing away, wait for science to catch up, and a decade later, let's take the project out again and see. All right, now where can we go?
But there's got to be someone who remains informed, right?
Oh, yeah.
So you've got your scientists like you and Barry. You got your people that you compartmentalize. You got these people working on this
there
project.
has to be some people
Right.
that know everything.
You've got security, and then someone's going to be on the outside saying, hey, we need people to guard this building. Don't let anybody in for 10 years.
I think a lot of that is private industry, and I think that's how they keep it. Yeah, I think that's how they because the government is just so leaky. I think that's kind of what they're doing.
That's what the document kind of proves. You just articulated that it is in control of private industry.
What private industry? Some aerospace company, something?
I don't know.
Yeah, the admiral wouldn't name it in the car, in the conversation.
Right.
Yeah.
So they still have these things, supposedly.
I would guess. I mean, I don't have any information on that.
Have you ever asked anyone that has any inkling of any idea of where they got them or how they got them?
No, but something must have been said to me from Barry. But it was just too long ago, and I can't quite remember what was said, but it just left a seed in my mind. I think at least one of them was part of an archaeological dig. So it's old. At least one of them is old. I don't know if it was the one I worked on, but I remember something to do with an archaeological dig.
Whoa.
So that means it's not just old, it's ancient.
That'd be a great Steven Spielberg movie.
Yeah.
Right?
As all of it would.
Yeah, that tripped me out when he said that the first time.
Yeah. That's a freak out right there. Just a couple of dudes with some brushes looking for a Tyrannosaurus Rex bone. They hit metal.
And when did they find it? That they have 9 of them.
Yeah.
Well, and how could we have not heard about that? What about the guys with the brushes? How could you uncover something like that? And
Well, Joe's newspaper at home does. I mean, they said it on that first day.
Oh, you mean the Roswell
Yeah,
Billy
yeah,
record?
the one you told me, yeah.
Yeah, I have a cover. What is this here, Jamie?
This is the document, but I had to do some digging to find it.
Yeah, it's just kind of, so this is where they meet at EG&G, and this is Admiral Wilson, and there's a lot more coming out. Now, I want to be clear, George didn't put this out. He didn't leak this out to anybody. This is, I can tell you how
I recorded this conversation.
So this was an employee of, at the time, Robert Bigelow.
And this is in 2002?
Right. Do you remember when he had that government contract called OSAP, the world all knows about now, and he had NIDS that studied the ranch? That $22 million, everybody is saying it was for ATIP, Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. The $22 million was for OSAP that was pushed through Congress, 3 congressmen, right, an astronaut. It was pushed through. And that's what that $22 million, by the way, they spend more money on Viagra every year than they do studying UFOs, if it was just this program, which I think is funny.
They probably
in the
make a lot
military.
more money from Viagra.
They probably do.
From UFOs too.
Well, you never know how it seeds into population, but anyway, this program, this is what was the mother program, so it got the 22 million, and really it was to study Skinwalker Ranch. Oddly enough, that 22 million all was inspired by the phenomenon they were seeing at Skinwalker Ranch, because the scientists, they're seeing vehicles come through like a space in the sky.
Yeah, we went there. I went there
Right,
with Duncan.
yeah,
We interviewed a bunch of people that seemed full of shit, but a couple that didn't. It's very, very interesting.
Totally, and if you look, I spent a lot of time in the area. I'm not talking about those stories. I'm saying there were scientists hired by the government, right, through Bigelow to study the ranch because they thought it was important. And whatever. The point is that 22 million was to study that. Then we have ATIP, which is like an auxiliary kind of program of military science, like Commander Fravers and that sort of thing. This document is just one of those things that has now come forward that through the Bigelow studies, it was government funded, and then it was personally funded and then government funded. It's just one of those things that kind of shakes you, because you got this military guy who can't get access because of the private industry that's holding these non-terrestrial materials, that they can't study it. So that's the claim right now. Give it some time, let people dig more into this. It's fascinating, man.
So you are essentially you're kicked out, right? You're out of this program. You can't work with these crafts anymore. And do they give you any threats? Do they tell you what you have to do from here on out?
Yeah, well, I mean, the way it ended was I told George Knapp all this stuff. And, he said, well, let's just get it on tape. Should something happen, at least we have a record of it. And I don't remember what the emphasis was, but at some point, George wanted to air it. And he said, you make the call on it. And look, if at any point you change your mind,
Yeah, I just heard a scream.
not tell everybody that this stuff is going on, that we have, actual hardware from another civilization. It's a big fucking deal, probably the biggest one there ever was. And George said, today's the day we got to put it on the news, or something to that effect. And when it came right down to the time to air it, I changed my mind and I said, we're not doing it. And that's what turned into the famous wrestling match between me and George trying to get the tape, but he won because he was a bigger guy.
So you actually physically wrestled?
Well, I think it was more of a pulling match. I don't think we ever hit the ground. But he got the tape, put it in the player, and boom, 5 o'clock news was on. And then I got a call after that, and they said, it was from Dennis. He said, do you have any idea what we're going to do to you now? And he hung up the phone. That was the last communication I had with him.
And what has happened to you since then?
After that, a lot of people I've known either were
Go. Oh, these are. There we go.
audited by the IRS. Anybody I know that had clearances that worked in secure programs had the clearances pulled. One of them, a friend that one of mine that Jeremy knows.
He's going on camera with me soon, and he'll tell the story now that he's out of work up there.
He was working up at the Tonopah test range, waiting for his clearance to come through, and they pulled that. It became, it's like if they can't get the person that's involved, they just create a problem for everybody that surrounds them. And so, I mean, the way it turns out, it hurt a lot of people's lives that I was connected to. And that's an effective way of shutting someone up. So
Did you feel that by coming forward and going public, they couldn't just snuff you out?
That was, I mean, that's what I was told, and George and everybody, said that. You got, it's public. There's, no one will touch you, and I fell for it. And I
Do you wish you didn't?
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes when it's just overstressed and people are camping on your lawn.
Yeah, but this is going to make things worse doing this.
No, this is going to make things better.
That's what I was trying to tell him.
How is this going to make things better?
Well, because you're getting a real chance to explain yourself in a way that's going to make people who not only work in the government, people that are police officers, and firefighters, and first responders, and doctors, and scientists, they're going to emphasize something similar.
No, nothing that I had heard.
See, that was the thing that always freaked me out, was
I accidentally skipped ahead. Or behind. Alright, well, Betty, bye. Go. Hey. Fucking freaked out. It freaked me out. That's actually the first time Kerfus has ever freaked me out a little bit. As soon as we can, we'll turn on the power and then get back to work.
why, if something was so superior to human beings, it's almost like visiting an ant.
Talked about it a lot. Absolutely not knowing what to tell people because you don't really understand it yourself.
He got the tape, he put it in the player, and boom, 5 o'clock news was on. And then I got a call after that, and they said, it was from Dennis. They said, "Do you have any idea what we're going to do to you now?" Then he hung up the phone. That was the last communication I had with him.
There, we're back in
And
the
what has happened to you since then?
After that, a lot of people I've known either were audited by the IRS, anybody I know that had clearances that worked in secure programs had their clearances pulled. One of them, one of mine that Jeremy knows.
He's going on camera with me soon. He'll tell the story now that he's out of work up there.
He was working up at the Tonopah test range, waiting for his clearance to come through, and they pulled that. It became, it's like if they can't get the person that's involved, they just create a problem for everybody that surrounds them. And so, I mean, the way it turns out, it hurt a lot of people's lives that I was connected to.
Yeah.
And that's an effective way of shutting someone up. So
Did you feel that by coming forward and going public, they couldn't just snuff you out?
That's what I was told, and George and everybody, said that. It's public. There's, no one will touch you, and I fell for it. And I
Do you
just
wish you didn't?
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes
Yeah,
when it's just
sometimes.
overstressed and people are camping on your lawn?
Yeah, but this is going to make things worse doing this.
No, this is going to make things better.
That's what I was trying to tell him.
How is this going to make things better?
Well, because you're getting a real chance to explain yourself in a way that's going to make people who are not only work in the government, people that are police officers, and firefighters, and first responders, and doctors, and scientists,
Yeah.
they're going to empathize and empathize with what it must be like to be a person like you in your 20s who gets thrust into this world unknowingly
All right.
and confronted with one of the most, if not the most, important discovery in the history of human beings. The big question, are we alone? It's the number one question. There's
Right.
two questions, right? What happens when we die, and are we alone? Those are the two big questions.
Right.
And
Agreed. Hey, Iraq. How you doing, buddy? It's a pretty nice glow to it. I like it. Now again, I kind of wish I wish I had a lava lamp instead, but you know what? I'll take one of these. Sure. Put you right there. You're kind of big. On the EP side, well, you should get some EP then, buddy boy. We got a big day tomorrow.
if we're not alone, and someone knows we're not alone, and these some people who know we're not alone are these bungling sort of
Even if they
military
weren't, it's
folks.
a crime that
Yes.
they're not telling the
Yes.
rest of us.
But I don't mean bungling in terms of they're incompetent. I mean they can't be competent. It seems to me that what you're describing, that no one can be competent with this technology. Like the Victorian era scholars analyzing some sort of a nuclear reactor. There's no way.
Why do you think
beyond us.
Why do you think they're not telling us? Let's just make an assumption that this is true right now.
Yeah.
Why do you think that they're not telling us, that our government doesn't tell us? What's your best
Well,
thought?
let me put it into what you do. If I'm the president, okay, and I get this information, what do I do with this? What do I do with this? There's something that we don't know. There's something we don't understand. There's something that came from another world. We got it tucked away in the mountains. And just wanted you guys to know about it. Hey, sleep tight. Hey, American Idol's on tonight. Who do you think's going to win?
Yeah.
Who's going to win America's
No,
Got
that's
Talent?
not gonna happen.
So one is uncertainty, and the other one is what Bob and I have talked about a lot. Absolutely not knowing what to tell people because you don't really understand it yourself, even though
Right.
you've got
What
these.
do you say? You want to run a government? You want to get people to pay their taxes?
But there's something else.
Yeah.
Because,
What do you say?
So you have these objects fine with impunity, right? But you have something else.
Well, not like that. What can you say? Like, how much do you really know?
I think it's
Exactly.
mainly the technology. They
that's-
just want to keep the technology secret because
Military.
if there's, yeah,
Whoever
Yeah.
gets this
there's
wins, dude.
Yeah,
They win.
you
Right.
control where you literally become invincible once you master the technology. You
Final
cannot
drop.
penetrate a field like that. So imagine I know it's all science fiction, but science fiction turns into science fact. If you have real force fields around aircraft and battleships, you win. You win. You can force your will upon anybody. And like I said, there's so much more to the story. When I was first there were Russian scientists at S4. This was early on in the project.
So this was before Operation Paperclip became public as well, right? So
I would imagine.
that was,
I don't know what the dates
Yeah,
were.
when was that?
when did that, was that
98, I think.
98?
Yeah, I don't know the dates on that.
So it's roughly 10 years later, Operation Paperclip becomes Freedom of Information. Germany. A lot of those rocket scientists that work with NASA, they all came from Nazi scientists.
Got it.
So some Russians got some of them.
I
we
just
got
know
some
it.
of them.
At some point there was intense
collaboration
cooperation
with
I mean,
Russia.
even exchanging some ideas on nuclear weapons and EMP tests and stuff like things we would never have discussed with them. But at the same time, it was in the late '80s. They were involved and actually in the area at S4 with us.
So
And
you got to communicate with these guys, or you saw them?
no, I knew they were there. Barry would talk about the commies that were there.
The commies?
Yeah, the commies. And
That was back when they were the commies. Right? It was the Cold
they were
War.
real commies. At some point, it wasn't our group, but at some point, there was a big discovery made. And this did not happen when I was there. It happened in between my trips to there. And after that, apparently, they decided it was just too cool to share with anybody, and the Russians were never allowed back on the base after that.
But you don't know what that discovery was?
No, like I said, it wasn't my group. So one of the other groups really found out something. But in typical American fashion, it was, all right, this is ours. You guys get the hell out of here.
Was there any inkling that any other government had something similar?
No, nothing that I had heard.
See, that was the thing that always freaked me out, was why, if something was so superior to human beings, it's almost like visiting an ant colony. Like, why would you go to the queen? I don't give a fuck who the queen is. I'm a human. I'm so superior to you ants. I don't care who you have running your hive. I'm just going to study it.
I think it's who got it.
Who got it?
Look at the, rocket technology in Germany.
But they got 9 of them?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me either. So they were either in the same area or, one had clues to where others were. I mean, I don't know, you have to fill that in there, but you're right. I mean, 9 of them, that's a big dig if it was archaeological.
Well, one of the more recent...
Pretty freaky if that's the case.
recent sightings and these discussions that have been coming out recently from Air Force pilots and Navy pilots, they've been talking about things happening in the ocean, and that something literally goes into the water, or something maybe below the surface.
You're thinking
of
about
the water.
the 2004 Tic Tac Nimitz case. So that's when George Knapp and I broke on the radio twice before the New York Times, so I know this one really well. Commander Fravor and those pilots. There was a disturbance on the surface of the water. Commander Fravor visually saw what looked like similar to a cross, some object. So it's like as if you have some like coral under the water and it's breaking over.
Right.
The Tic Tac is doing this crazy maneuver that defies it's a gravity-propelled system.
They saw it in the sky before they saw it in the water, right?
Yeah, so there were radar that was picking these things coming down from 80,000 feet, dropping to 50 feet in less than a second.
This is it, Jamie? What is it?
Yeah, this is actually on the news today. There was a briefing.
So a lot of people get this confused.
Not this one then either?
No, so that is called the gimbal. So there's 3 videos released by the Pentagon that are all
Just
actual.
play and keep the volume off.
I would really just pay attention to the source videos. So you've got the Tic Tac, which is this object that Commander Fravor saw. Another pilot filmed it with a FLIR pod, and it goes. But this one you see is really important to Bob's story. The gimbal craft. It's been recently analyzed. It's FLIR. Not only does it's definitive that it's not conventional anything by its movements, but there's a pocket of cold air around a propulsion source. So this object, by the way, sat stationary for days, if not weeks. It sat stationary.
Yeah, they found it 11 hours later, and they were saying there's no way this thing, using that kind of energy to go that fast, could just hover for
The amount of
11
time.
hours.
And by the way, you're seeing a very small part of what happened that day. This object was not alone. And so hopefully that information comes out, and we can, I wish we had video of it. I'm sure we'd all want to see it. But that's called the gimbal. That was East Coast, right? 2015. West Coast, 2004, was the Tic Tac. The disturbance on the water, Commander Fravor believes there was something under that water that was causing that disturbance when the Tic Tac was coming around and doing it. With inside the people that are studying this, they're thinking maybe the Tic Tac system was causing the disturbance, but the USO, unidentified submerged object that he visually saw, the whole interesting thing about that is, I would love Bob to describe it, is why it doesn't matter if these craft are in space, air, or water. Why doesn't it matter? I love when he talks about this shit.
Well, first of all, Commander Fravor was the F-18 pilot off the Nimitz that was sent out to find out what this stuff is. But and it wasn't just, I got a chance to talk to him recently, and it wasn't just a radar image. Commander Fravor had eyes on it for over 5 minutes watching this thing, as 4 other pilots did. So this wasn't a radar blip or anything. These guys were watching this thing. But, one of the things I think in the gimbal video, the way the craft that we worked on flies is it doesn't fly like a conventional aircraft does, and it doesn't fly like a flying saucer would in a 1950s movie. It flies belly first. It may set down conventionally, but it always rotates. It does a roll maneuver, puts its belly towards the target, and then moves away at high speed.
So yeah, that's the weird thing about UFOs, is that they apparently don't fly like in the sci-fi movies, like the 50s movies. They fly sideways apparently, which is wild. I can't imagine how goofy that looks. You're seeing like a flying disc-shaped object just flying sideways instead of traditionally. I suppose with distorted gravity, your sense of direction is meaningless in that. Even though you're sideways, it probably all still looks like it's standing up. Could be gyros. Nice.
Car flying with the wheels forward.
Right. It may land on the wheels, but at some point when it wants to leave, flips up, points the wheels where it wants to go and takes off. And the gimbal video, you can see the craft do the roll maneuver. And it's really interesting. It behaves exactly like the craft that I worked on.
So much like we have different shaped aircrafts and fighter jets and cars, they probably have different shapes of these objects that operate under similar principles.
Right, but
Perhaps.
they all have the same power source.
They all have the same power source. And we're also dealing with, if you think about the laws of technological progression, you think of Moore's law and you think of how things accelerate, you've got to think that if this civilization is who knows how many years more advanced than we are, if not even years. I mean, we're thinking about it in terms of conventional terms, right? The way we look at the world. I mean, they might be just superior in terms of their intellect. They've got to be. Maybe. We don't know, right?
Well, the only reason I say that is because, look, everyone doesn't necessarily start at a steam engine and go to an internal combustion engine and then, electric power, nuclear power, and go up the ladder that we came on. The binary, if the stuff is true about the origin and the binary star system, and they have heavier elements that we don't have, and this stable element 115 is a naturally occurring material, maybe that's the first thing they started experimenting with. And the version of their steam engine, their first product, was something that operated like this. And actually, when they came to Earth to look around, or whatever, they were amazed at the stuff we were doing. These guys burned stuff and squirted out the back to go forward. So, who says they follow any kind of normal progression like that?
My thought was, if you went back to the 1400s and then you went from 1400 to 1500, you're not going to see that much of a difference technologically. If you go from 2000 to 3000, I assume there's going to be a radical change.
Right. Well, the delta, the rate of change is magnificently higher than it used to be.
Right. So if you think about what they had in 1988 and you think about what they probably have in 2019, just logically, it seems like they would advance.
I would think so.
The only question is, are they living? Is that a living thing in terms of like a biological thing? Or are they some sort of an artificially created creation like we are working on right now? I mean, we're in the middle of working on artificial reality, artificial beings, sentient beings, artificial intelligence. There's silicon-based life forms that they're essentially trying to create. Boston Dynamics, or was it Boston Dynamics at the company?
You can make
crazy robots. Yeah.
You can make machines out of flesh, right? So a cyborg or a cybernetic organism is just that. That's what a lot of people think those gray things are. That people call the grays.
Yeah.
Is they're machines printed from flesh. So what you're saying is not
well, they
so
could just
far
be
off
synthetic life. They don't even need to be, machines.
Well, they seem to have no sex organs. The way they're described by people that have had interactions with them assume these people aren't liars or crazy or whatever.
Right.
That they have no sex organs and that they don't seem to have any muscle. They're just almost like a frame.
Right.
And they have enormous heads. I mean, if you look at Australopithecus or depictions of ancient hominids, and then you go to human beings, one of the things you see is bigger heads and weaker bodies.
Well, you see a clear progression of evolution
Yes.
too, where something like that, I would lean towards a synthetic organism because it looks like it was made for a specific task. There's no reproductive organs, so I mean that almost kind of leaves out any kind of physical.
Well, time to go fix the radar. There they are again. Excuse me. How do I fix this? Alright, light puzzle, because of course. Go. Freaky.
Evolution.
Right. Well, that's also our bottleneck, right? Our bottleneck is our biological imperative. The need to breed, emotions, fear, anxiety, all these different things that exist in order to force us into making sure we reproduce. I mean, that's essentially what it is. They're human reward systems that aren't necessary once they can figure out a way to make some sort of sentient artificial life. Some sort of thing that doesn't have these biological limitations that we have.
By the way, these craft, all these different kinds have been reported because it was confusing. I always thought of flying saucers what I heard Bob Lazar talk about, flying saucer, right? But if you look back in history, people have always reported the weirdest shapes. Like, none of them are alike. You know, there are the saucers, but you got cigar shaped, you got, you know, the top hat shaped, you have orbs. Why? Maybe they're serving different purposes. They're doing different things like we use different tools. And I want to be clear, the reason I know that memo is real is because I spent a lot of time with Dr. Edgar Mitchell, sixth man to walk on the moon. Last guy to film him before he died, right? That's how I know. I don't want any journalists thinking I got it from anywhere else. I know because of Dr. Mitchell, and he said the same thing. Maybe these things are performing different tasks, you know? And that's
well,
why...
they seem, if you think about what an alien is in terms of the sort of iconic image of an alien, like the Steven Spielberg Close Encounters of the Third Kind alien, they seem like what we'd assume a human being would eventually become.
Right.
And these things are tiny. Human beings are smaller than they've ever been before. They're weaker than they've ever been before. And there seems to be a trend in that direction. And this trend seems to be amplified by our technological progression. There are a lack of need for muscle strength and a lack of need for violence, and we're moving in a society to try to get away from all the things that we think are abhorrent about human beings and the terrible behaviors that we have. If we one day do give birth to some sort of artificial being, like Marshall McLuhan's quote, "We are the sex organs of the machine world." You know, that one day we...
Okay, all right, nice.
Yeah, McLuhan was brilliant. And that quote has always been one of my favorites because, okay, what are we doing when we're constantly technologically innovating? We're constantly looking for faster cars, better computers, bigger screens, faster, more resolution, more pixels, more this, more that, higher bandwidth, 5G, 10G.
Right.
What are we doing? We're moving into this,
Buy some shrimp for our neighbors.
If you just follow it, objectively stand back, don't attach yourself or your civilization, your culture to it, and look at what it is. We're moving 100% towards technological innovation. If you looked at this species from afar, and if you weren't a part of it, you would say, well, what does this species do? Oh, they make things. They make things better every year. Beehives are the same fucking thing that you see 10 years ago. You go by, you see a beehive, it's amazing, it's cool, but they're the same fucking thing. They figured out how to do it, they make a beehive.
Right.
We don't do that. We make better things.
What would you
constantly.
And at some point, I think that technology is going to fuse with us.
Yes.
And we're going to become...
It's already happening.
Yeah.
Elon Musk talked about it on my podcast, that we are cyborgs. You just carry it in your pocket. It's a phone. It answers any question you want. You can talk to it. It'll give you the answers instantaneously. It navigates you. It has all your phone numbers in it. It has all your contacts. You can get a hold of people. People are listening to you through it. It's connecting us in ways even involuntarily.
Haptic.
All right, I think if I remember right, 'cause it's been a long time since I listened in on that particular podcast. They basically, you okay, buddy? You okay, buddy? He's a little special. That's just basically the gist of that podcast, and then they start to pontificate about, like, you know, where humanity is going evolutionarily, and if we're going, like, in the same sort of direction as, like, say, a gray alien, especially if they have superior technology than what we have, well, what you guys may have. I'll say this, since I am from the future, you guys have some pretty good tech, but I don't know. They might be way ahead of the curve, even now. Right? Yeah. Hello, friend. Here. They just want shrimp. Remember that. Want to be on their side. Want to have them be on our side. Hey, buddy. Come on. Hop on. And we roll. This time, though, I am not going to fall over. Especially because I have Kerfus on. Blech. Oh, it's really hard to steer! Blech. Oh. Well, that's very unfortunate. Kerfus had a boo-boo. It's okay. forgot that Kerfus is a little bit fragile. And she can, like, fall apart at any time. Hey, buddy. Sorry about that.
No.
Come on. Let's see, we got an unknown here.
It's that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's also getting on your wrist. How many people have iWatches, Apple Watches? They
Well,
put them
right,
on their wrist.
right, and that's only because we can't integrate them yet. But
Yeah.
you know that point is coming.
100%. Yeah, I didn't joke about it last night, but I have a bit about it that I do, about the integration between humans and technology. But it's,
What would you do if you were a hyper intelligence, right? Would you do the work yourself, or would you create some cool things called like humans to do it for you? Would you create things that are cybernetic organisms to come in with machines and do it for you? If you were a hyper intelligence that has kind of changed like you've described, you'd
That's
probably
it.
create workers, right?
well, that's a vast conspiracy theory.
Isn't that, I'm not talking about conspiracy.
But it is a kind of a conspiracy,
I'm
right? Like,
asking.
well, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily that. I mean, you could look at it that way, but that is the way a conspiracy theorist would look at it. The way I would look at it is like there's obviously a progression going on, a biological progression. There's some sort of an integration with technology. There's some sort of imperative, this need for technological
become
innovation.
strong.
It's inescapable. Everyone has it. And I think it's attached to materialism in some sort of a strange way because so many people work so hard to get new things. And like, God, that seems so illogical and preposterous, and it makes people unhappy, and depression's on the rise, but nobody seems to be able to stop it. Like, why is that? Well, maybe it's because we are the electronic caterpillars that give birth to the butterfly. Maybe that's what we're doing.
That
Maybe
could
what,
very well be.
what our job is to do is to make some sort of a cocoon. And we don't even know we're doing it while we're doing it. Do you think a caterpillar is aware, like, hey, caterpillar, what are you doing? Man, I'm doing my thing. It's my job. I have to make a cocoon. Then I'm going to become like a butterfly.
This could be a natural part of evolution.
It could be.
That we're
Right,
just
right.
supposed to do this.
Exactly.
And make the jump to some sort of mechanized,
Right.
yeah,
Have you ever
non-biological.
seen an orangutan that is fishing with a spear?
No.
They've figured out how to fish with spears. There's primatologists. I guess you would
Wait,
call them.
without somebody showing them how to fish?
No, they've imitated human beings doing it, and now they do it, but they do it independently. They're not trained orangutans. They're wild orangutans. Look at that. There's a wild orangutan.
Okay, that's
with a spear.
impressive. That's
Very
impressive.
Well, there's these primatologists. I guess you would call them primatologists. That's the term.
That's a great.
Biologists that believe that monkeys and chimps and some of the great apes are moving into the Stone Age, that they've currently entered the Stone Age. Like, they're not staying what they were 100,000 years ago or 500,000 years ago, but they're actively using tools and they're experimenting with different ways to use those
Planet of the
tools.
Apes.
And then they're making tools out of stone. They're making tools out of sticks, and they're using them. Well, this might just be what happens. This might just be what
Right.
happens. I mean, why else? Why the fuck would we work so hard? I mean, I was driving to LA this morning. I had a doctor's appointment, so I was on the 405 at 8 in the morning. Like, Jesus Christ, like, this is so crazy. When you're on the 405 in LA at 8 o'clock in the morning, you see literally a million cars.
Yeah, red light.
And it's just everywhere you go is people. And also, I'm in a Tesla, so I have it on autopilot.
All right, let's
So
do
I'm there
this.
sitting, I'm listening to a podcast. I barely have my hand on the wheel. I'm not touching shit. This car's driving me along. I'm not even doing anything. I'm just hanging out. It's so.
But
still there.
Ah! I see. Nice. Come here. How about no? How about no? Yeah, how about no? I'm good. I'm good, buddy boy. Yeah, no. No. Yep. Yeah, I'm good. Hey, Vagrant, are you still here? I just got a really creepy, signal. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like any of that. Fuck that. Ugh. Anyways, I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'm back. Hey, Vagrant, you missed out on a creepy signal. Let me, grab it for you. Where is it? Yeah, that's literally what I said. How about no? I do recall that this signal does have a funny outcome when you send it out. Which we're definitely gonna do. Yeah, that's a face. That's like a space wraith. I don't even think that's a gray. That's just like a howling face just telling you to come to it. Not gonna lie, the Joe Rogan stuff was getting old. Yeah. They were just basically pontificating at that point. I mostly played that just at the beginning, just for the parts of Bob Lazar recounting his experience at Area S4. I'll probably, like, next stream, or maybe in a couple more streams, I'll play, like, a different thing. Because we also have one where he does another interview with Bob Lazar, more recently, actually. A couple months ago, actually. Which is pretty cool. Why don't we watch some commercials? Let's set it.
Rayman 2, now for the PlayStation.
One solution, one state of mind, one.
PlayStation.
No, Bob isn't snuffed out, thankfully.
When a corrupt military experiment goes wrong,
I feel like they would make it way too obvious if they did, though.
one man, one solution, one state of mind, one.
Alright. Here's what we're gonna do. One man can save the world. Yeah. That's where this takes. Alright, we're gonna save that one as like a little special surprise for the poor sap who has to process that tape and look at a ghastly face like staring at them and their soul. It's gonna be funny, it's gonna be epic. One man has what it takes to finish the fight. Generic premise. You know what? I'm gonna bust this one down too. No reason not to. There we go. Anything else around here? No? You know what would be neat? A Serious Sam XCOM mod. Is gonna make it so his carrying capacity is unlimited. That would be pretty rad, not gonna lie. I don't know how you do that. Ammo with a rifle that will explode in my face after I use it just once. Aha. And there are some robots in there that are just fooking. They're fooking so hard. It'll break the mold of a typical XCOM game for sure. Yeah, definitely. There's a voice back for XCOM 2, apparently. Oh, nice. Yeah. Oh god, I'm getting hungry. Alright, let's see what's on the menu for this. I don't know why that was wet. Uh-oh. Yeah. Oh god, please don't die. Am I good? Oh, I probably shouldn't have eaten moist ass fucking moist as fuck MRE. Oh, that was a bad idea. Moral of the story: if you find your MRE is full of water, don't eat from it. Probably not good for you. Then again, you probably didn't need me to tell you that. This is going to be really funny. Because that contains the scary drive. Alright. I want to propose something to you, Vagrant. I want your opinion on this. Let me first ask. Have you ever heard of a video game company, an old video game company that's defunct now, called Humongous Entertainment? This is something I've been thinking about for a while. Like of a possible stream. Doesn't ring any bells, but I might have forgotten. Look up Putt Putt, the Purple Car, Spy Fox, and Pajama Sam, and Freddy Fish. Yeah, they find it disturbing. Pajama Sam rings a bell? Hell yeah. I used to play that growing up as a Wii Android. My proposal is this. What if I streamed all of the Humongous Entertainment games, and I even streamed those games? Even though those are, like, obviously games for kids. Certainly could. I think your friend owned it. Yeah. My favorite of all time was Pajama Sam. I was never really that big into Putt Putt. I did enjoy Spy Fox though. I bet you draw in a certain demographic that grew up on it. Yeah, for sure. Nostalgia. I'm just doing it purely for nostalgia. Alright, let's... Got more batteries. Christ, I have Parkinson's. Calm down. I don't get the shakes like this when I get fucking caffeine in me. You know what? Where is it? Look at this. And we're gonna try... Where is it? Wall fixer. Let me see if this works. I doubt it will, but you know, I'm gonna give it a shot. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Any drives? That's gonna be important. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There we go. Yeah, it would be nice to like replay those games. It's been a long time. I grew up on that shit like quite well, you know. Server Juliet. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Not. How does this fucking work? I've been noticing that a lot of the walls in here are pretty fucked up. No concrete. Hold on, let me check something real quick here. Concrete. To be used to fill in cracks in the walls and floors of the house, as well as repair damage done to walls built by the wall builder. And a bucket full of water turned into a concrete bucket. Well, the wall fixture. Oh, okay. All right. I see. I see what you're putting down. Before I do that, let's build another cooler. Nice. The trash right here. Alright, so we just need 3 more and then we can build another cooler. I know for a fact that I have a bucket around here. Aha. This place looks dingy as fuck. Let's fix that. Yep. Alright. Oh, I need my concrete. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? I just had you earlier. Where'd perfectly put you? There you are. Alright. Let's see if this works. Oh wow, it actually is working. Nice, okay. Alright. We're gonna make our base not look like total dog shit. Okay. I really I can make more concrete, though. Efficiency is 100%. Nice. We're gonna make so much fucking money with this thing. Probably fix it on this door. Nice. I really like that it's just using that generic like slurp sound. Alright, that's just filth. Need Toby Fox splat sound. Yeah. Alright, that's just also filth. No offense, please. That's also filth. Ah. You got that shit from Homestuck, but shut up about Homestuck pressure. Oh my fucking god. You know that is just like a generic ass fucking that's just a generic as hell like splat sound, right? That's like stock. I'm gonna fucking murder you if you keep referencing Homestuck, I swear to God. Alright, what else? Oh, right here. Yeah, man, Dolby composed 110 generic soundtrack for them too. Don't worry about it. Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna murder you. Concrete. Alright, this is just also full. Yeah, some of this is just filth. I don't know why, but it kind of reminds me of like, you ever play that game called Whacked? Like a game it's like a fake game show game, like multiplayer beat 'em up game where, you know, you and other contestants that are, each of them are like based on the different, like 7 deadly sins are competing to win the ultimate prize of the game show. Right? And in between like, you know what? In between rounds, there would be like commercials, right? And there was like this fake commercial, and it's all like done in this Newgrounds style, because I'm pretty sure like they got the guys from Newgrounds to animate for it. Like, as in, like, from Behemoth. Like, the guys that would eventually found Behemoth and make, you know, Castle Crashers. Because it has that distinct style. For some reason, this splat sound is reminding me of one of those commercials where it's literally something called Happy Smiley Filthies. And it's literally just, like, a little spongy, like, slime ball thing that just splats on the ground. And it's just, the commercial just goes, "You like them, we like them, we all like them, okay." And then just, like, you know, color bars. What the hell is a hussy? Why does it matter? Hussy is the creator of Homestuck. And that pressure can't shut the fuck up about for like 10 nanoseconds if given the opportunity. Cracks right here. Actually, there is the one. You know what? Hold on. I feel like I sound like a crazy person if I don't, like, at least show you the video. Let me see if I can find it. Okay. Happy, smiley, filthies. Me and my robot always reference this stupid commercial a lot for some reason. You know what? Hold on now. Whacked commercials. All sponsor commercials. You know what? I gotta demonstrate also just like the style of like, because I gotta show you like how it looks. It's like a long ass webcomics with horrible fan base. Yes, that you can't stop referencing even if you couldn't help yourself. Anyways.
Hello, children. Have you ever wondered how to walk with a rock? Here are some ways that you can share with your sister.
Yeah, you can share this with your sister, Vagrant.
Brought to you by the How to Walk with a Rock Foundation.
How to Walk with a Rock.
Smiley filthies.
I like them, and you like them, and we like them, okay.
Brought to you by How to Walk with a Rock Foundation. I don't think I will. I think you should. As many collaborators, a composer, Toby Fox was a major collaborator. Yep. And he can't stop referencing to in some of his games sometimes. Anyways, let's watch this again.
Happy smiley filthies.
I like them, and you like them, and we like them, okay.
I like them, you like them, we like them, okay. Beep. Not enough concrete. Damn. Okay. Tovox is the guy behind Deltarune, right? Yeah. And Undertale, yes. Before he did all that too, he also did, what you call it? Hold on, I got snacks. Let me eat you. There we go. Okay. There we go. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, before he besides being a collaborator on Homestuck, he also did a Earthbound ROM hack. That's where he came up with the song Megalovania. Yeah, it was a. I thought was it a fan game? I thought it was a ROM hack. You know the funny. Yes. Bit. He made that song before that ROM hack. Oh, okay. Interesting. I did not know the lore. Now I do, unfortunately. I'm too tired. Not gonna lie, I have been horribly edging this boogeyman for a good minute. He's probably pissed. I'm gonna continue edging him. Grab this. That might be useful later. Good night, Pim. that's right, Homestuck, fuck you, and fuck that dog. I was my fault when Toby Fox did that factually. They're evident of it. Impossible to talk about without mentioning it since he did that shit, man. Fucked a dog? It's the IC 9000. Pressure, you sound like a fucking crazy person. I hope you realize that. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah, what in God's name? What the fucking hell are you blabbering about? Ugh. Like, for real, bro, are you okay? Are you okay? I like Road talk more than this, yeah. Because he made a video from Homestuck before he put it in the wrong bag and showed the table. He really likes that series. Whoa. Okay, but what is this about fucking a dog? Can we go back and discuss that real quick? What the fuck are you talking about? Toby Fox is a stupid god. Yes, I know. I know that he uses that as his avatar. That is like his random... That his fandom name since forever. Stupid dog. Okay. I don't want to see. You really do sound like a crazy person, though. I just want you to know that. Anytime that you have the opportunity to discuss Homestuck, you sound like you have some weird form of what was that condition called? Stockholm syndrome. It's kind of concerning. It's like it's like you're just like a Bloodborne fan. You have no understanding of just letting it go. Let it go. The fandom is cringe. Yeah. Too much insight. Yes, I can tell. I can tell that you have way too much insight. And it's concerning. Oh, there goes another piece of meat. There we go. You know, it kind of impresses me, I'll be honest, because it's like, you have, like, profound, useless trivia knowledge when it comes to Homestuck and the fandom. Hacking minigame, yay. Valid. V. For Vendetta. We are Nomopus. V. No. VS? Okay. DRESS. Man, my sheet is broken. Some bullshit. Alright.
Yeah.
Go fix servers. There we go. It's like surface level low key. This is like Doom fan telling you Hull Schultz made music for Doom. I have no idea who the fuck that is. She probably knows though. She probably knows. What time is it? I feel like I kind of want to call it. It is getting pretty late, and we're almost on the 4-hour mark now. And some weird shit did happen on this show. Andrew Hull Schultz, he made music for Doom Eternal. And like us, that new blood game. Oh! Okay, I see. Yeah. I think now the name's starting to become Oh. I do like the way that she's curled up like that. It's kind of cute. Right. I should buy a whole bunch of fuses and the make replacement. Yeah. That's what did him dirty. Which is very irritating to think about. Wow. Oh, there's some shit going on out there, man. These two I already know what they are. I don't know what the fuck this is. I have no idea what the fuck this is. Well, actually, no. I think one of them is William the Protector. The weird goat statue thing. Right. You know what? I have an idea. Since I'm about to end stream in a bit, why don't I go ahead and go on a mini adventure and replace some of the fuses for the coordinate towers while I get this signal processed. That way, by the time we come back, it's already developed. Could be something creepy. Could be something funny, could be something weird, and then we'll end it on that note. I think that's a good plan. They're doing it to themselves at this point. Star flop, yeah. Bethesda does need to be stone mower. That is very correct. Oh, there's an object. What? We're not talking that. Yes, God. It is kind of sad when the realization kind of really started to kick in that, hey, a lot of Bethesda's games just play the same, and the gameplay loop is just really not good. You know what I mean? And it kind of has like this weird, well, it doesn't necessarily have this effect to where it kind of like, you know, makes the past games like, you know, Morrowind and Daggerfall and stuff like that bad as a result. Well, when you kind of realize that, you know, they've been doing the same shit for like ages now, and their gameplay has not even progressed at all in any meaningful capacity, but in some ways regressed, it's kind of sad. Which is really bizarre because it's like, you think like with the whole creating outposts thing, you know, building bases, especially in regards to like Starflop, it's like, you'd think the gameplay loop would be good, but it's just not. It's just really dissatisfying. Not a good RPG, not a good shooter, and their worlds aren't good now. Yeah. And I think, I mean, this could just be me looking through it at rose-tinted glasses, like rose-tinted sort of way. I think their gameplay can only really work in the world of Elder Scrolls. And to a lesser extent, maybe Fallout, but it's like, it's hard to say. That's as good as we get. What is that? Oh, it's another black hole. Nice. You. Alright. Yeah, these pistols. I grab them all. I mean, the best modern Fallout was made by Obsidian, arguably. Yeah, no, you're not wrong on that. It's actually, I need more batteries for that. I want to go out there and brave the night. I'm gonna need batteries. There we go. Daggerfall's skills kind of works since overworld travel is like that. I don't think much about scales. And their towns are towns. The capital in Skyrim are like 5 huts and a castle. God, yeah. The scaling is all fucked all over the place when you actually start playing it. You realize, wait, this is supposed to be a capital city? This doesn't feel like a capital at all. Oh, come on. I play FF and DQ Dragon Quest games mostly anywhere. That kind of overworld travel is just natural to me. Yeah. I've been meaning to get into the Dragon Quest games. One of my friends, she's really into it. Localization is kind of dog shit on every DQ game, but you can live with it. Yeah, localizations seem to have a tendency to do that. I'm sure that's not the case with Pinjack, though. I know that she's very anal when it comes to localizations. I think at this transformer here, there's a air kit that can fix up my. It's not doing too well. Oh yeah, the random door that's just there. Oh, God damn it, that's what I get for being distracted. God damn it. You guys keep typing a lot, hold on. I only played 8, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. You can speak French or German, use those instead. It's just Ian that's like really bad. Don't know the original. The dialogues read fine in English. They just changed it a lot for Ian. Sometimes you ended up with two completely different understanding of the story from how changed the Ian scripts are. But it still read fine, so it should still be enjoyable. I mean, I kind of don't really like that though, because it's like that's still fundamentally changing a lot of like the intent of like what the author had for the story, right? Like to me, that's just kind of like acting as though you know the story better than the author, and that's kind of shitty. I don't like that. Okay, where is the? I think one of the towers is behind here. Should be somewhere by. Okay, well that's the fence. Don't want to go to the fence. Yeah. Alright, that's one of them. That's just how Ian localization roll for Squeenix. That's shitty though. That shouldn't be the standard at all. That's like extremely shit in my opinion. Oh, God damn it. Okay, I am lost. I have no idea where the first tower is close by here. Oh, fuck it. I'm just gonna go to that one. Yeah, no, it sucks, honestly. I shouldn't talk about it much. Revelation can ruin the translation for some people, but the game still read and play really well in Ian's script. Are there fan translations, perhaps? I'm sure for the older games, definitely. There's the first tower. Roll one, yeah, DQ 1, 2, and 3 has fan patch, not for the remake as far as I know. Well, yeah, obviously. Remake is going to be localized to all hell. Towers are looking alright. This one's definitely going to be the first to give out, though. So this one already has 2, so I think I can keep these 2, and then I could put, let's see, that one over there. And there's that one over there. That's over by the valley. We're gonna go to that one first. We're good with this. Let's see how the other coordinate towers are doing. I'm definitely gonna have to buy more fuses, just so that way these can last longer. At some point, I think I will definitely play Dragon's Quest, and maybe I'll even stream it. I haven't even played Chrono Trigger. That's the thing. Which I know, for a lot of JRPG fans, that is like a mortal sin. Yeah. Check. You know what? How heavy is this thing? Not enough space. Holy shit. We'll come back for that goat head later. Okay, hold on. DQ8 was my favorite, or my first foray into the series. Oh, how young I was. That one doesn't have full fan translation, but there's some fanzine pointing out the differences in GP and EN translation. So that's how I got into the issues. My most boomer opinion is that no RPG has really come close to Chrono Trigger in quality and impact. I'm not big on RPGs, but Chrono Trigger is a treat. I was like 15 or 20 years late playing it, and it holds up in my opinion. It's not my nostalgia talking. I played it that only 7 years ago. God damn, okay. You know what? I'll make it a point to try and I guess play Chrono Trigger at some point. I mean, I know that it's also Vinny. I know that it's Vinny Vinesauce's most favorite RPG of all time. And he's not really that much of an anime man. Let's see if maybe there's a repair kit in there. I just thought there was. Damn. There's nothing there. No, nothing here. One of my favorite things about it is it respects your time. One playthrough won't be 60 plus hours. Well, that's good. That's a pretty good relief, all things considered. Because that's the one thing that I don't really enjoy about any RPGs, just like the massive fucking time sink. And it's like, I get it, you know, they gotta like pad out the story and stuff like that and explore all the characters. That's just like part of the course for RPGs. But I think that's also one of the reasons why I don't really play them too much. Like, legit, I'm thinking back on my time playing anything turn-based. That's not like a tactics game like XCOM or anything like that. The only turn-based RPG game that I've played, like, that I have dedicated like massive amounts of hours into at a young age. And it's not really an RPG in the grand scheme of like, you know, oh, like you're playing a role and all that stuff. It, just because it's like the gameplay style, the gameplay is Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga on the Game Boy Advance. I've sunk so many fucking hours in that game as a kid. But I could never beat the final boss because she was fucking hard. In fact, I don't even think that was actually like her final form that I had trouble with. It was just the Caxer, the Bowser form of Cacletta, when she possesses Bowser. I could never fucking beat her. And I think that was mostly just because I had no basic idea of how to level Mario and Luigi proper. Like, not really giving them proper roles as like one being the tank and one being the DPS or whatever. You know? Alright, how's this one doing? Okay, so this one's pretty good actually. This one's got all of its fuses still intact, which now means I gotta go all the way over to the Valley Tower. Actually, where is the Valley Tower? Man, I can't even see it from here. Oh, I can barely see it through the trees. Okay. I know where I gotta go now. Spend way more time in like Monster Hunter compared to DQ, and those RPGs supposed to be time sink and outrun the Mon Hunt, baby. Yeah. Sonic game is a weird one. Is that another fucking mannequin? I swear to God. Ugh, whatever. Yeah, what? The hurdles for both RPG and the VN side, knowing how both genre operate can cut down your hours in like a quarter. Yeah. Just like figuring out a proper build for certain characters, right? You know, realizing what? What? Okay. I don't know why they won't remember that, but alright. But anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, like figuring out characters, builds, like, you know, which one's the obvious tank, which one's the obvious, like, DPS, which one's the glass cannon, which one's the healer, blah, blah, blah. You know, all that good stuff. Can be annoying for new players. That's why Persona 5 is not easier in comparison. Right, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, not my fault now. This thing's at 25%. Going up the mountain. Going up the mountain. We're gonna Todd Howard it. We can climb that mountain. Oh no. Oh no. Oh jeez. Okay. How the fuck did I survive that? The answer is because I'm a god. Alright, no, there's a like opening right here. Yeah, there we go. Come on, come on. No, no. Okay. I have an idea. We're gonna go in reverse. Ow. No. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That'll do it. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay. Ah! I'm okay. Alright, there's the final tower. Object. Ow. Right, this is where we actually encountered the warp arrows the first time around, but I didn't bother to focus that. I run over something? It was one of the wheels, was it? No, the wheels are still intact. Weird. Oh well, whatever. Yeah! Alright, I'm going the opposite way. Right, when you get close to the arrows, the footsteps are there. Freak you out and you think there's something behind you, but there's really not. Okay, this time there's no murder diamonds to film. Otome games. Yes, Otome. What are Otome games? What is that? Live. Probably should have put one fuse in there, but whatever. Fuse is locked in. Ah, whatever. The radio tower has been damaged. Oh, no. Oh, no. Otome just means maiden. Otome games are dating sim via... I see. You are a man of culture as well. To be honest, I have not played that many Otome games either. Well, I have not played that many Otome games. Not saying that you haven't, but, you know. Only one that I've ever played was Katawa Shoujo. That one was pretty good. That was my first foray into it. I did buy it the other day, well not the other day, but like a while back, Love. And I would very much like to see if I could stream that on here. Provided there's no nudity or sex scenes in there, obviously. Don't want to upset the Gooner Master himself, Dan Clancy. Because, you know, 2D women are icky. Girls are so gross and ewy. Oh wait, maybe there's a repair thing here. Jacket for purpose. That I could probably sell for a decent chunk of change. Welding mask. Aha! Katawa Shoujo is a gal game, different genre but close cousins. Otome games are for girls, so you usually are the girl trying to get guys. I see. I think I'm starting to picture why you might be into Otome games now, actually. You're using that to fulfill weird yaoi fantasies, are you not? Let me guess, they're boys' love. Wow. I just fixed you up and already I'm breaking you. Play that GIF. Good old Katawa Shoujo, of course. You know how, like in Fate, you can see Rin kissing Saber while you play as Shiro? In Otome games, you can also see guys kissing, but it's not the focus. How's that not the focus? I feel like that would be very much the focus, all things considered. Okay, well, I guess I'll just go ahead and replace these fuses here. Because the MC wants to date the guys kissing each other are fan service. Ah, nice. Closest I have come to a Toman game is the EVA Harvest. Okay, cool. Yeah, look at that, it's a black hole. Black ocean. Alright, what do we have with this object? What could it possibly be? Right. And there's nothing there. Interesting. Alright. Rune Factory was a spin-off to Harvest Moon, but now they're like their own thing. Sleep. And then as soon as the morning hits, I'll save it and call it a night. Yeah, I never got around to trying Rune Factory either. I've never actually played the Harvest Moon games, but I know it's kind of like in that same sphere as Animal Crossing, with being like, you know, I guess for lack of a better term, comfy core, max comfy, you know. Okay, whatever. Is anything gonna happen? I don't think so. $5:05. Alright, here we go. So we'll call it here for now. Next time I stream Voice of the Void, though, I'm going to have more funny pictures to put in the for the albums. I'll get some more videos besides Joe Rogan stuff, Joe Rogan interview stuff related to Bob Lazar and George Knapp and all that. I'll try to find, like, you know, commercials and stuff like that, anything that's royalty free, so that way I won't get demonetized or you know, copyright struck. So, well, I'll figure that out off stream. But for now, thank you guys so much for watching me stream Voice of the Void. I absolutely appreciate it. Let's see who we can raid into then for tonight. You know what? Let's raid into Twitchy Buggy. Looks like she's playing Terraria. Nice. Very cute bug girl VTuber, who's a buddy of Mossy Borgar, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, let's go say hi to them. I'll see you guys tomorrow for possibly Vintage Story. I'm really looking forward to that. And then Sunday, I kind of completely forgot that I have it scheduled. Sunday is going to be cursed mode of Look Outside. I'm going to be doing a cursed run. I'm going to try and see how badly I can fuck that up. Chances are I'm probably going to fuck up really badly. Yeah. Once again, thank you guys for stopping by. Yep, thank you, Pressure. Thank you, Vagrant. Let's go say hello to Twitchy. I'll see you guys tomorrow for possibly Vagrant Story. Have a good night, morning, afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Take care. Goodbye.